compliance? Mr. Delio, you need to go to the breakout room.
I did, it does not, it's not showing on the tablet. Last time it showed breakout room, it's not showing it now.
All right, the court is calling 2026 CR 002096 State versus Ruby Luis. Could I have parties announced for the record?
Glenn paying for the defense.
All right, and are you Miss Luis? Mr. Delio, you need to go to the breakout room. All right, counsel, have you received all discovery?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review it with your client? Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Luis, did you review the application for deferred adjudication or community supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Right. Off the record. Deputy Laura, the rest of them can be placed on hold.
Do you have any videos you want to put on or just a phone?
Back on the record. Miss Luis, did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Counsel, do you waive the reading?
Yes, Your Honor, we waive.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented? Miss Luis, did you review the court's admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Ma'am, I did.
You're charged with possession of a controlled substance penalty group 1 less than 1 gram. That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine. If you have a plea with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. You have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses. The state would call in the right to remain silent. By entering this plea, you're giving up those rights. Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
She has, Your Honor.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
I do.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Opinion, yes.
Ms. Luis, did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine?
Yes, ma'am, I do understand.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
No, we spoke about the case. We have no defenses to prepare to the court. We talked about.
All right. Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Luis, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? If you're not a U.S. citizen by entering this plea, you will be deported, denied naturalization, and re-entry. Did you understand? The court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at So y'all are not applying for deferred?
Your Honor, part of the plea bargain is probation on.
All right. So then that doesn't apply to you, the deferred adjudication warnings that I've given you. So according to your plea, punishment is to be assessed at 2 years in the state jail facility. There's $1,000 fine. State recommends community supervision. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
State defense, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in both places?
Yes,
By signing that, you're waiving your right to appeal. The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
yes, ma'am.
Any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Outside the agreement, the state is recommending that your community supervision be for a term of 2 years. There be a TAP evaluation, 100 hours of community service restitution, MRT, regular random UAs, and the DOEP. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am, I do
Then to
understand.
the offense, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State any evidence.
Yes, Your Honor, Stenocker States Exhibit 1 in all attachments.
Your Honor, I reviewed these, my client with no objection.
State you may be excused.
Thank you, Judge. Briefly, just so the record is clear, I wanted to put on that the state is taking into consideration clause number 2026 CR 004048. However, Odyssey reflects the clause number 2026 CR 006065, but the indictment has that number, so it's just the state's intention that whatever the other case number is, if I have to tender another dismissal, the intention is dismissal.
All right, did you review the waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same. The court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yeah, I've just spoke to my client and excuse me because I was also in my throat.
Mhm.
And she's told me that she's been clean since this last arrest, so she come out clean. She wants to finish his probation. She do right by the court and by suspicion.
Okay. How long have you been in custody?
I believe 58 days and 48 days. I've been in 2-1 justified.
Okay, so when's the last time you used?
It was October 29th.
All
I
right.
believe so.
So how often were you using when you used?
I was using almost every day.
All right. Yeah. Do you have any children?
No, ma'am, I do not have children.
Do you have family support system?
I have,
Okay. All right. Does he use?
no, ma'am. He's been clean for yeah.
All right. This is what the court is going to do. Court is finding you guilty. The court will sentence you to 2 years in the state jail facility, suspended and probated for 2 years, regular reporting by Zoom or in person, regular UAs, $1,000 fine. That will be probated. Proof of employment within 45 days, no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. How far did you go in school?
I'm in college right now,
All right, what are you planning on doing with your life?
business management.
All right, there's going to be 200 hours of community service restitution. If you obtain your degree, 100 of those hours will be deemed satisfied. And there will be a deduction of 1 hour for every sober support meeting that is completed. In custody, there's going to be a referral to felony drug court. Because today is Wednesday, they may be able to see you and let me know whether or not they'll accept you into the program. It's a very good program. And based upon the charges in this case, you're going to need that, okay? Now, if not accepted by felony drug court, then do a TAP evaluation out of custody, follow recommendations. There's going to be field visits 1 time per month for 6 months. Probation, is there anything else?
You say
Uh,
out of custody?
yes.
Okay, nothing else, right?
Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Because this is plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to jury trial, you do not, because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question of what that is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. All right, good luck to you, okay?
Maybe excuse
Thank
me.
you. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring the jurors in. Oh. Can you
We're gonna get this.
Judge.
We can bring the jurors in.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, state,
Yes, Judge.
are you ready to proceed?
The state's ready, Your Honor.
All right. Is there any opening,
We will waive opening at this time.
defense, any opening statements?
Briefly, Judge.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. These days are always tough. Came back yesterday with a verdict from guilty from my client. I know you guys deliberated on this and considered all the evidence. You have been super attentive this whole time, and I appreciate that. We respect your verdict. We're not here to test that. We're here today because we have to figure out what we're gonna do. My client's perspective, we're hoping that the evidence that you see today will have you at least consider probation this time. I've been doing this for a long time, almost 30 years. Probation's not a gift. Okay, it's a gift that's gonna keep on giving. All right. The conviction for a felony in this matter has serious ramifications for the rest of my client's life, no matter what. What we're asking today, mercy. We're asking for your assistance in trying to help prevent another life. That's what we're asking. So, you know. It's something that I want you to take seriously. I want you to consider this whole range of punishment. I'm just gonna ask you to consider justice and mercy. It's two sides of the same coin. But you don't have to have draconian punishment in order to get justice. Okay? So that's what we're doing with that. Trying to figure out what happens next. Okay? We're not gonna parade a ton of witnesses to you. You guys have heard a lot of evidence already that I think proves punishment. So we're not gonna bring all those witnesses back up and rehash stuff. I respect those. Okay, we should be fairly quick. Okay, as far as what things we have to do. As far as presenting evidence to you, the evidence can show you that Mr. Steve has never been convicted of felony before. Didn't have a felony charge before. And so that's what makes it all probation. We gotta get that evidence out. Okay. Put on some evidence about what all's involved with probation. I'll show you. This isn't the easy way out. It's a lot of work. And we're also going to talk about what the ramifications are if he violates that probation. If there's going to be an underlying sentence that you guys are going to impose. And if he violates probation, guess what? Straight through. So that's what we're going to talk about with you. I know the state's going to put on their case. We've got a formidable adversary office. So we respect your time and we respect your consideration.
All right, state,
The state calls Detective Clayton Pawelek.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that everyone can hear. And there is a square microphone that's up there. If you'll place it somewhere on your lapel or tie, it's for the court reporter to hear. All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Can you please spell your last name for the court reporter?
It's Pawelek.
And are you the same Detective Pawelek that testified in the guilt innocence portion of this trial?
Yes,
Are all of your training and qualifications and job titles and duties still the same as when you testified last week?
yes.
Okay. And if you can just remind the jury, what is your current title and assignment and how long you've been doing that?
I am a detective with the San Antonio Police Department, and I am with the Traffic Investigations Unit, and I've been there almost 4 years now.
Okay. And in your role with the Traffic Investigations Unit, have you had an opportunity to investigate offenses involving motor vehicles?
Yes, so,
Okay. And in your training and experience, can a motor vehicle be a deadly weapon?
yes, definitely.
Okay, and can a motor vehicle cause serious bodily injury or death to an individual?
Yes,
We pass the witness, Your Honor.
Detective Pawelek, in this particular case, do you consider this vehicle, the way it was used and intended to be used, to be a deadly weapon?
yes, I do.
Okay. When I think of someone who's intending to use their vehicle as a deadly weapon, I'm thinking about the guy who drove down Bourbon Street and was intentionally hitting a whole bunch of people. That's using your vehicle as a deadly weapon. Is it your testimony here today that because my client lost control of his vehicle, that he was intending to use it as a deadly weapon?
He was reckless in his driving and was used as a deadly weapon.
Okay, all right. Last witness,
No further questions and excused by state, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused?
excuse from me.
All right, thank you. You may step down. State, call your next witness.
The state calls Christine Gonzalez.
All right, there is a square microphone up there. If you just put it somewhere on your top, it's for, no, it's the gray one.
Oh,
Yes,
this one.
yes, it's for the court reporting. You're okay?
Yes.
All right, you're still under oath. If you'll just state your name for the record again, please.
Christine Gonzalez.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Gonzalez.
Good morning.
Are you the same Christine Gonzalez that testified in the guilt innocence portion of this trial?
Yes,
And are you the mother of Eric Michael Mooney?
yes,
So what I want to talk to you about today is your son, Eric Michael Mooney. Can you please explain to the jury what it was like raising Eric?
sure. So Eric was the greatest gift that God gave to me. He had many, many wonderful qualities that were apparent very early in his life. He was raised with his cousins here in San Antonio. And he was particularly close to Christopher, his cousin, who was a month younger than Eric. Christopher was born with a lot of physical disabilities. Cognitively, he was fine, but he had many, many physical disabilities. And Christopher was Eric's greatest teacher in his early childhood. Eric was his protector. This would be picked on a lot, because of his challenges. And I remember a story, I remember a time when we were all on, a playground. His aunt and I were there, the cousins, there were other children there as well, and I started to see some children picking on Christopher. And I'll never forget, Eric walked up to those kids, and keep in mind, he's about 5 years old, and he says, you have no idea what my cousin has been through. He's had so many surgeries, you need to leave him alone. And of course, it was a proud moment for me then, but also I was like, wow, here he is at such a young age, and yet he is able to understand what his cousin is going through. Christopher taught Eric, can you hear me okay? Is it okay? Christopher taught Eric compassion, faithfulness, loyalty, how to stand up for what's right. And I think Eric taught Christopher I think Christopher taught Eric how it's okay to be different, and he taught Eric how to be brave and how to persevere. Another story I want to share with you that describes Eric's temperament is Eric was a very chill person, very calm, not quick to react. And I remember one day, he was in middle school, he came home and he opened the door, and I just saw this expression on his face that concerned me, and his face was red on one side. And I looked at him and I said, Eric, what's wrong? And he said, Mom, I was on the bus, and I was playing around with this kid. We were playing back and forth, and we got off the bus and we were continuing to play, and then all of a sudden he just turned around and slapped me. And I said, well, what did you do then? And he goes, nothing. I just walked away. And so,
Your Honor, I hate to interrupt, but I have to object to the narrative. We get maybe another question in here.
Okay. All right, so that objection to narrative is going to be sustained. And if you can move back just a little bit from the microphone.
oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Okay.
All right, so state if you'll ask your next question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
And so when Eric, told you that he walked away, what was your reaction to that?
I had such admiration and respect for my son at that time, because he proved to me that he's extremely level-headed, and he showed me that he could walk away from a situation even when he was provoked. And he proved that over and over again in his life.
Now, you had earlier told the jury that you and Michael's father, Mr. Moody, had divorced early on, but made a commitment to co-parent together.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And so can you just explain to the jury what Eric's relationship was like with his father in childhood?
Oh, sure. So we, Mike and I lived fairly close. After we divorced, Mike remarried. So Eric had some half siblings and step siblings, but we were just very, very committed to co-parenting Eric. Mike was close to Eric from day one. And they had many common interests, sports. So we were each there at all of the sports activities. Mike is very musically inclined. Mike plays the guitar, and so Eric learned at a very early age, taught himself actually how to play the guitar and the keyboard. So they would play music together. There were times when Mike being an engineer, was offered jobs outside of San Antonio. And he refused them just because it was really important to both of us that we stay in the same town raising our son.
And you mentioned that Eric was, or would play sports when he was younger. What sports was that?
Oh gee, he played t-ball, softball, football until he broke his finger and said he didn't want to play anymore, which I understand that the surgery was a bit traumatic. He was very much involved in martial arts, karate. He was a reader. He read everything, was just curious about everything, a self-learner, loved to write short stories. He was a joy to raise.
And what were his grades like in school?
Oh, AB, always, and AP classes, advanced classes, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess as far as other extracurricular activities go besides sports and music, was he involved in any program, outside of school?
Yes, Boy Scouts, the Venture Crew, theater, journalism. It's one point he thought he wanted to go into journalism, so he was on the newspaper at the school. So yes, many, many different interests.
And, do you recall what high school Eric graduated from?
Yes, Ronald Reagan High School, yes.
After Eric graduated from Reagan, what did he decide to do for his further education?
So he went to Trinity University and he graduated with a degree in history. He had many teachers and professors that were wonderful role models to him. And he, as I said earlier, just had such a yearning for education. He was also interested in other cultures and languages and philosophies and religion. And so I think he wanted to be an educator initially. He wanted to be a teacher. So he went to Trinity, received his history degree. And once he graduated with his history degree, he, because of his interest in Eastern Asian cultures, he took a job with an international school in China to teach English to students there. So he taught there for 2 years. And then he loved living in China. He learned so much about their culture. But his 2-year contract was up and he felt like it was time to come back to the United States. And so when he came back to San Antonio, he went to work. Is it okay if I continue talking like this or do I need to stop?
I'm just asking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Totally fine.
Okay.
So when he returned, where did he go work at?
Okay, he went to work at the Sylvan Learning Center. So that's a tutorial company that tutors students who are preparing for their SAT and ACT tests. And he had a really good rapport with the students there, thoroughly enjoyed it. And then he started, can I go on, looking at other postgraduate postgraduate programs. He considered law. He at one point took the LSAT. Was thinking about PhD programs. And ultimately he decided to go into engineering. He knew a lot about the field. His father and grandfather are both electrical engineers. He has a very strong math aptitude. And so he started going to UTSA part-time, working on his computer engineering degree.
Okay. And did he obtain that degree from the University of Texas at San Antonio?
Yes, he did.
Okay. After that, where did he go? Well, let me rephrase my question. After that, do you know where he went to go work at?
Yes, he actually started working for a parent of a student who he was tutoring. His parent had an engineering firm, and Eric went to work for that firm.
Okay. And at the time of Eric's death, do you recall where he was working at that time?
He was working for a company, called Gaggle, and, the company, developed software for public school systems, to incorporate in, their, student-based technology. Actually, the software, would monitor student safety. He developed software for those programs.
Okay. Now, in his adult life, he remained, once he returned from, Asia, he remained living in San Antonio, Texas, is that correct?
Yes.
And in his work with Gaggle, do you know, did he have to go into an office or was he able to work from home?
So, my understanding is that the company, was headquartered in Dallas, but all of the employees were from all over, the United States, and, they all worked remotely. They would, periodically get together at conferences. So he was able to meet his coworkers, but, predominantly his work was done, remotely.
Okay. And how would you describe Eric's character in his adulthood?
He was very much, the qualities I saw in him as a child just developed even further as an adult. He was very, quiet and, quite a thinker and just extremely bright. People were really drawn to him for his kindness. I think he had a great deal of empathy and compassion for others because of his experiences with Christopher growing up. Eric had, developed Crohn's disease when he was 16 years old. And, that's an autoimmune disease. And I think that the diagnosis, he handled it with maturity. And I think it also allowed him to feel compassion and empathy and connection with other people who had struggles. So he didn't judge a person, never had an unkind thing to say about anyone, which probably, impressed me the most about him. I mean, just like I said, made me respect him and admire him for his kindness. So, he was a minimalist. He made a very comfortable living, okay? But he drove around in a 2012 Honda. His, condominium was sparsely furnished. He loved music, so he did invest in some musical instruments. But he was most comfortable in jeans and a t-shirt, but he could dress up if he had to, and his hair was long. So he was just very, very kind of carefree and, as I said, just very much of a minimalist.
And the condo that you referenced where Eric lived, do you know where that was located?
Yes, it was on South Flores, 1331 South Flores.
Okay. And at the time of Eric's death, did he have a girlfriend or a partner?
He did. He had been dating her for about a year. A lovely girl. They had so many things in common, and their temperaments were matched. I think she was quiet and very, very bright. She played the violin, and so they spent nights playing, instruments together. She was a mechanical engineer, and so they talked about their projects. They loved to run together, bicycle. Eric had a dog at the time, and she became a dog mom very quickly. And Eric was an excellent dog dad, and so he had a very rich life with his girlfriend and his dog and friends here in downtown San Antonio.
Ms. Gonzalez, I'm gonna show you two photos. I'm gonna ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Student Exhibit 71 and Student Exhibit 72. Do you recognize what is?
Yes.
Okay, and
Yeah.
are they a fair and accurate depiction of what is depicted in the photo?
Yes.
At this time, the state is tendering these exhibits 71 and 72 to defense for inspection and offering the same.
No objection, Judge.
All right, and what are the numbers again?
71 and 72.
All right, states exhibits 71 and 72 are admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
All right, Ms. Gonzalez, so I'm gonna have you look at the screen that's to your right. Who is this right here?
Eric,
And who is this?
Janet,
And who is this?
Sophie, a 4-year-old daughter.
Now, I guess you said that Eric's condo was on Flores, South Flores, is that correct?
Yes,
And so that's fairly close to the Blue Star area, is that
Yeah.
your understanding?
I think it's maybe a quarter of a mile.
Do you know of any places that Eric liked to hang out at there at the Blue Star?
Quite a few places. One of his favorite places though was Halcyon, which was coffee, cocktails, bar salon, coffee place during the day where a lot of people would go there and work. So Eric, sometimes that would be like his alternate place to go to when he needed to get out of the house, and he would go there and work and then meet up with friends there as well.
Okay. After Eric's death, did Halcyon do anything there to honor him?
They did. They hosted a celebration of life for him, which was very, very moving because as a child, I knew everything about him, his friends and what he was up to. But here he was, 36 years old, and I didn't know all of his friends and every detail that I knew when he was a child. And so at first, I honestly didn't want to go to the celebration of life. I was very shocked and denial and angry about what had happened to Eric. But my family encouraged me to go. And I'm so grateful that I went now because I got to meet so many people that Eric loved and they told me stories about him that I wouldn't have known because Eric wouldn't have shared those things with me. Eric was a very humble, modest person, and some people shared stories of how he had helped them out when he needed help. And so I was deeply moved by that. And yeah, and I was very grateful to Halcyon for hosting this event. It was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. They did everything.
Now I'm gonna show what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit number 72. It has a glare. Exactly. See it there, I'm sorry. But what is depicted here in State's Exhibit number 72?
Yeah, so this is a plaque that a very talented woodworker in my family made for Eric in his honor. And what's inscribed is loving son, loyal friend, valued colleague, chill dude. And so, and then Eric, you are missed every day. Halcyon asked if they could put the plaque in their cafe, and they put it on the window next to the table that Eric often sat at to work. So it's a beautiful tribute to him, and I go and visit and look at it when I come here.
Now, can you please describe to the jury the impact that Eric's death had on you personally?
If you're a parent, you will understand what it is to lose a child. And so I will tell you, I was very shocked and was in denial and anger, great sadness, just disbelief. You know, Eric never got into trouble, and he was not a high risk, like an adventurous, where an accident could happen. So he was very, as I said earlier, just was very, he thought about things. He was non-controversial. He stayed away from conflict. So that first year in particular was really very difficult, and that I felt like I was just in thought, but there were some things that needed to be taken care of for Eric. I mean, like his personal things. And I think that was the hardest thing for me, because in one respect, it kept me close to Eric. I felt like I was continuing to take care of him by taking care of his clothing. We had to donate those. By giving away his musical equipment, selling his car, the condo. Every one of those tasks helped me feel connected to Eric, and that I was still taking care of my baby. But it was also like a punch in the gut, that he was gone. So my life died when Eric died. I'm not that person anymore. And my life now is defined by his death and my grief. And I don't know where my life is gonna go, but I'm gonna rely on God and Eric's light to show me the way.
And regarding you having to, take care of Eric's affairs here after his death, did that also additionally take a toll on you because you did not live here in San Antonio at the time?
Yes, but in today's technology and world, our world is pretty small, so I was able to handle a lot of things online, and people are so compassionate. When I did want to mention one thing, probably one of the toughest things that happened right after Eric died was the police department called me and told me that I could come and pick up Eric's belongings, the things that he had at the time of his death. And it was just the most surreal experience, because I was picking up things that he no longer was going to need. And I go there and I'm waiting in the waiting room with my aunt, waiting to get his things. And they bring them out, and it's his backpack that he had on his back when he was killed. And I open it up, and there's a book in there that he's reading, his wallet with a $20 bill in there, his earbuds, and his work computer that was busted. And then it just dawned on me, I need to call his employer and tell them that he's been killed. And what do they want me to do with this busted computer? Do I need to send it back? Another, just a punch in the gut. It's just shouldn't have happened, senseless.
Ms. Gonzalez, what would you like this jury to know about what you would like to see in this case for punishment?
I told our attorneys that I was really surprised that we were coming to trial. I honestly thought that this would be settled out, that Mr. Castillo would take a plea deal, that he would take responsibility for what he did and show remorse and be willing and want to take the punishment that he deserves. There are many poor decisions that Mr. Castillo made that led to my son's death. So I want Mr. Castillo to be held accountable for what he did. I understand that the sentence is anywhere from 2 to 20 years. That's quite a broad range, and I trust that you will make the right decision as far as how much time Mr. Castillo should serve in prison. As his mother, I think he deserves the maximum, just 20 years. I understand if he shows good behavior in the system and is remorseful and works on himself that he could get out in 10 years. So, yeah, that is what I'm asking of the court. And there's a bigger picture as well, okay? For instance, I'll never forget when I went to the crash site where it died, and I put flowers there. And I prayed and I walked away. And as I was walking away, someone tapped me on the back. And I looked at that person, and it was a man I've never seen before. And he said, "Are you Eric's mother?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "I didn't know Eric, but I am so sorry for your loss." And he said, "I run down the street every day, and the thought that any one of us could have been run over is just too much." So, there's a bigger picture. This trial is about Mr. Castillo, the poor decisions he made that caused my son's life. But unfortunately, there are many Mr. Castillos in the world driving recklessly. There are many Mr. Castillos in the world that have guns that shouldn't have guns, because you have to have control of yourself if you have a firearm. And I don't think that Mr. Castillo showed control that night. So I think that the penalties should be stiffer, because it's an epidemic of people who are getting killed, innocent people, your daughter, your son, your grandmother, the list goes on. It's just, it needs to stop. So I hope you will consider that when you are deciding on his punishment.
Ms. Gonzalez, thank you so much for your time. We pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense, any questions?
Just very briefly, Ms. Gonzalez, you've lost your son, obviously.
That's correct.
There's nothing that can happen here in this courtroom is going to ever bring him back, correct?
That's correct.
But what we're seeking, what you're trying to seek today is justice. Is that correct?
I will tell you, sir, if I may, that yesterday you said that
I've got to stop you, ma'am. It's got to be question and answer. Okay. And
you asked me what I want to say.
I might. You understand I represent Mr. Castillo, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you understand Mr. Castillo's got children?
No, I didn't know.
Did you know that he has a brother who is a quadriplegic from a road rage incident?
Yes, I know that. I heard that in your closing argument.
You know that he cares for his brother Paul.
I would assume he does, if they're brothers.
Right, and what I mean by care, not just that he loves him, but he actually physically cares for him and is responsible for his care and stuff. Did you understand that?
I understand, yes.
Okay, all right. I know that you go through a lot of pain with the loss of your son, correct?
Yes.
And
Are you a parent?
And you go through it every day. It's probably something that'll never stop, right? But can you find it in your heart to have mercy on Mr. Castillo?
Oh, I can forgive him. I sincerely feel that, up until this point, I haven't seen him take responsibility for what happened. The closing arguments clearly, demonstrated that as far as it was the Tesla's fault, it was the other driver's fault, it was this and that. So I think that that Mr. Castillo belongs some time in prison thinking about what got him there. Okay, and he needs to do some reflecting, and he needs to feel remorse, and he needs to work on changing his life so that he doesn't hurt himself or anyone else in this tragic way again.
Would it change your perspective if you understood that those arguments and those defenses that were raised by me as his counsel and
You
trying
represent
to
him.
represent him?
Yes, and this is clearly what he conveyed to you, I would assume, right? But as far as what happened that evening.
And so could you set aside what I've done in this case? And maybe,
Yes,
look, please let me finish. I'm sorry. Could you set aside what I've done in this case in making these arguments on behalf of Mr. Castillo
yes,
and not hold that against Mr. Castillo?
oh, yeah, I know that it's separate.
Would you agree with me that we can have justice in this case and still have mercy?
Oh, absolutely.
Because at some point, Mr. Castillo is going to get out of prison if he goes to prison, right?
Yes, yes.
And that will still never bring your son back.
That's not the issue here, sir. The issue is taking full responsibility for what you've done and receiving punishment for it. That's what the issue is, okay? My son's
Some-
never coming back. That's correct.
Sometimes cases get tried because we can't agree on punishment, correct?
I don't know. Not in the legal systems.
Do you think that a sentence of 10 years would be enough for Mr. Castillo to show taking full responsibility in this case?
I said earlier, the maximum, which is 20 years. And my understanding for violent crimes, if you are, if you exercise good behavior and show that you have rehabilitated in prison, then you serve 50% of the time. But I leave it up to the jury to decide on the punishment.
I mean, Mr. Castillo has applied for probation. You understand that, right?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you? Mr. Castillo's never been convicted of a felony before, which is the only way he can apply for probation. Do you think the maximum sentences should be reserved for those people who have committed multiple felonies and just continue to do bad things? Or you think that it's something that should happen on a first offense?
So I think that there are a lot of factors that determine what the sentence should be other than first time offenses. Okay, we're talking about the death of someone, okay? So it sounds a little weird to say, well, this is my first time to kill someone, so I should be able to get probation. There are a lot of other factors that weigh in as far as why I think he deserves 3 years, and that is because of all of the poor decisions he made that night and did not take responsibility. Okay, for them, was his reckless driving. It was, we don't know for sure if he was driving under the influence because he ran and couldn't be tested, okay, but there's some indication there that he was driving under the influence. No seatbelt. Driving around, speeding at 88 miles an hour with a firearm in his lap. Is that correct?
Not, I think there's conflicting evidence on both of those, but go ahead.
So all of those factors, okay, to me, say that he deserves punishment, stiff punishment.
Okay. Ms. Gonzalez, I appreciate you being here today. I know this has been difficult. I'm gonna pass the witness.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, is the witness excused?
Yes.
This from the fence.
All right, you may step down, and if you'll leave the square behind. All right, state, call your next witness.
This time the state registrar.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna give you all 5 minutes and then we'll continue. All right, do not think about this case unless you're in the seated in the box. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. All right, defense, I wanted to make sure you had, a chance to have your witness here and
Yes,
talk to
Judge.
them beforehand.
Yes.
Sure.
So who's-
Like right before a breakout.
No. Yeah, just how I used to get these on the plan. I have them.
Okay.
Someone who was previously in felony drug court.
Yeah, I got the same email this morning.
It doesn't just bring joy to your heart.
It does, it does.
They're like saying they have some life struggles, but even though they have the life struggles, they're still maintaining their sobriety.
Gotta put us through it, that's right.
So are you able to come back tomorrow?
What about Friday? Friday?
No, Friday's not good for the court.
So it's your schedule.
I would say 1:30.
Perfect. So, I guess.
Well, Charles, here's the thing.
Come on. Well,
We were all here at 9.
I was here at 9:05 and the door was locked. But I'm just telling you, but whatever, it's fine.
Oh, do I need to call the deputies as witnesses? Take a,
Check to make sure that door is not locked.
see, there we go.
Okay.
And you also have access to come through the back end.
That is true, that is true.
Ooh. You know what, it's sort of like, you think maybe it's a sign from above when you're supposed to be somewhere, do something, and then you're like, up, this happened, I don't have to do plan B because maybe I'm not supposed to be there. But seriously, are you available for tomorrow?
I'm pretty busy, but I'll be here.
Where do you have to, I mean,
I'll just be around.
are
Yeah.
you in,
I'll
okay,
be in the court, I'll be in the courthouse, yeah.
okay, all right, we
I
can
got-
see you tomorrow, or either, like I
Alright.
say, we can see you this afternoon, it's up to you.
Sounds great. I'll see you tomorrow, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, state, here are the jury charge. Wait. Okay, it's 3 for that side, 2 for your side. Oh, yes. I think we overprinted. I don't know why I have. Wow,
Oh, Judge, I'm missing one.
okay. Does anybody need more? Because we have,
Well. you have enough.
oh, yes. All right, and can you give one to Miss Brooks in the back? All righty. Can someone knock on the back door for them and see where they are? Hello, hi.
Please pull. To unlock the open door. Push pull. There's no one for the sheet.
All right, defense, hi, yes.
I wait for.
Are you all ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Oh, okay, if you want to go ahead and take a seat. All right, if we could bring the jurors in.
Left a new.
Very judge.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate you.
Can you line the jurors up?
In this version.
Can you just walk her through them? I don't think like that should actually come into. Well, because it's relevant to the case.
Yes, we're ready.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, the state has rested. Defense, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense calls Dara Salazar.
All right. Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I did.
All right, you can lower your hand. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Dara Salazar, Dara and Salazar.
Thank you, Ms. Salazar. My name is David McLean. I represent Robert Castillo in this case. You and I know each other from the courthouse, correct? Okay. If you don't understand a question I ask you, just let me know. I'm happy to repeat it. If you do answer a question, can I assume you understood the question?
Okay.
All right. How are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by the Bear County Adult Probation Department.
Okay. And what are your duties with Bear County Adult Probation currently?
So I currently work as a court liaison officer, so my duties, I work in the courtroom, I confer with state attorneys, defense attorneys, probationers that are newly granted, probationers that are on probation. And I also handle paperwork, so any paperwork that comes to my assigned court, I get judge to sign and process the paperwork.
How long have you been doing that?
Almost 7 years.
And do you work in felony courts or misdemeanor courts?
Felony.
Okay. Can you describe your experience in what typically gets imposed as community supervision or probation conditions?
So everyone that is placed on probation has to abide by standard conditions of probation. So no matter what type of offense the case was, you have to abide by these standard conditions. I can go through the standard conditions if you'd like.
Please, if you could.
So number one is you cannot commit or be convicted of any new offenses. So for the term of your probation, you cannot be arrested or be convicted of any new offenses. Number two would be no drugs, no alcohol while you're on probation. So even though alcohol is legal, you cannot consume alcohol while on probation. Number three, you must obtain and keep employment and provide proof of that employment to your supervision officer. So you have to be working while you're on probation. Number four would be you must report as directed. So everyone that's on probation has to report monthly or 2 times a month, whatever your probation officer or the judge decides the frequency of reporting you'll have to report. Also, you have to keep all appointments. So any outpatient program treatment, you have to keep your appointments and show up and conduct yourself in a proper manner. Number five would be our field visit may come and search your property, and you have to let our field visit conduct a search of your property. Number six, you must remain in the county. You can't leave the county unless you have permission from the court. So if you're going to be traveling to Guadalupe County or going to California, you need to let your probation officer know so you can get a travel permit. Only judge can give you travel out of state. If you are going to be traveling within Texas, then your probation officer can give you that travel permit. Number seven, support your dependents. So if you have children, you gotta support them. If you're on child support, you gotta pay your child support. And then number eight would be if you any change of address or employment, you have to update probation within 48 hours. So if you move from the address that's on file, you have to update probation. And also with your employment, if you get fired, you have to update probation or you lose your job. And then number 9, is that where we're at? Number 10,
would be the fines and what is number 9 on here? I'm not sure, but I think it is, I'm pretty sure it's participate in the collections. So you have your court costs and you have to pay your fines and your fees, also your supervisory fees. You'll have to make your payments, and also any restitution, you'll have to make your restitution payments. Yes, that would be the standard conditions. Everyone that's on probation has to abide by those standard conditions.
So in addition to the standard conditions, can the judge impose other conditions?
Yes, so those are gonna be your specialized conditions. So,
What, could the judge impose jail time as a condition?
yes, jail time would be a condition that a judge can impose. The maximum time would be 180 days.
So about 6 months. Okay. What about, is global positioning systems, or what we call GPS, is that something that the probation office uses as well?
Yes,
Could that be a condition that gets imposed?
yes, if judge orders GPS, then we do track and utilize GPS as a condition.
What's the maximum time that a judge can impose that a person be placed on probation?
The maximum is 10 years.
And could she impose GPS that entire time?
If the judge will determine the length of time, so if she says the whole time, then we could track the whole time.
So you'd said something about no new offenses. Is that any new offense?
Yes,
And what would happen if they committed a new offense?
so then that would be a violation of their probation. So the court would be notified, a warrant would be issued, and the defendant would have to come back to court, and the state and the judge will decide if they're continued on probation or if their probation gets revoked.
If their probation gets revoked, what happens?
Then they would do their time in TDC.
And the time would be what this jury would award as an underlying sentence, correct?
The jury or the judge, yeah.
Okay, and so. Oh. You just said TDC. She reminded me. Jurors might not know what TDC. What is TDC?
The Texas Department Criminal of Justice.
Okay, so Texas Department of Corrections, right? And that's prison.
Yes,
Okay. So if Mr. Castillo was awarded probation and violated it for any reason, a warrant gets issued, is that correct?
yes. Typically, if there's other issues, we can inform the court through other avenues like supplemental reports. But if it's a new offense, then of course, the MTR will get issued.
And I guess what I'm trying to walk through is the process of if someone gets revoked. And so let's say that a motion to revoke, who files that? Motion to revoke probation.
The officer prepares the report and the state attorneys will sign the report and the judge will sign the report.
Okay, so the DA's office would sign it, present it to the judge, and then the judge would decide whether to issue that, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and so once that motion to revoke probation gets issued, what happens next?
then the warrant would get issued.
Okay, and then would the defendant get arrested?
The defendant would have to turn himself in or get arrested
Okay, and when they get arrested, where do they go?
to jail.
And how long do they stay in jail typically?
I'm not sure, they'll have to make bonds.
Okay. Is it frequently, let me ask you this. Most of the times is on a motion to revoke probation, is a bond given?
Typically, in our court, no, they're usually remanded without bond, but that's in other, different courts have different guidelines.
So if they wanted a bond, they'd have to approach the judge through an attorney or somebody else to try and get a bond set.
Yes,
Okay. But if they don't, if the judge says no, what happens?
then they stay in jail until their court date for their MTR hearing.
Okay. And so then they'd come to court, and what happens if that violation is proven to be true?
Then the judge will decide if the probationer stays on probation or if they do their time.
Okay. And their time would be that underlying sentence that the jury would award. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Is there something called zero tolerance on probation?
Yes.
What is that?
So zero tolerance is basically there's no wiggle room, so you don't have any playing field to make any mistakes while you're on probation. You have to basically do everything you're supposed to do while you're on probation. There's no wiggle room or any excuses. Yeah, there's no room for that.
And so if they do anything wrong on their probation, what happens?
Then the court would be notified.
Okay. And MTR gets issued, they get arrested, they come back to court, and they're looking at whatever the underlying sentence is.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is there drug and alcohol screening that goes on in determining whether or not what the conditions are gonna be for probation?
Yes, so we do have a TAP evaluation that typically every probationer will have to do a TAP evaluation. And it's basically a substance abuse evaluation to see if the defendant meets criteria for any substance abuse treatment, either inpatient or outpatient treatment. And the probation department does have outpatient treatment programs. And we also have SATIF, which is a local inpatient program.
You had said something about restitution earlier. Can you tell the jury what restitution is and what that means?
So typically, if there's restitution to a victim or the victim's family, the probationer would have to make the said amount of whatever the total amount is. So the probationer is responsible for the full amount of restitution, and the probation officer does their due diligence to make sure that restitution is paid and the payments are made. Also, that all payments made in the case go straight to restitution and not to any other fees on the probationer's fees.
Can I approach witness?
Yes.
And Salazar, I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as defendant's exhibit number 141. Can you look at that and tell me what that is?
So these are gonna be conditions of probation.
And is that a true and accurate copy of what the standard conditions of probation are?
Yes.
Okay, and has that been altered or modified in any way?
No.
Judge, at this time, defense moves to admit defendant's exhibit 141.
Any objection?
I'm gonna object to hearsay and just ask the witness to testify to the condition.
All right, that'll be overruled. Defense exhibit will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So that 5 pages of probation conditions. The judge can impose any of the conditions that are set on that form, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other conditions that are not on that form that the judge could impose?
No. I mean, there is like the watch, but that's pretty much new.
Are places like the intensive supervised facilities, what we call ISF, is that listed on those forms as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And can you describe for the jury what that facility is?
So, we do offer or provide the local facilities. So we have SATIF, which is a substance abuse treatment facility. Then we have local ISF, which is gonna be a cognitive behavioral facility. And then we also have DDRF, which is a dual diagnosis residential facility. And that's gonna be your mental health and substance abuse treatment, inpatient treatment. And that is ran by the probation department. So that's gonna be your base level standard inpatient for, you know, local facilities. Then you have the state ISF facilities, and those are ran by TDC. So they'll get transferred from the jail to that inpatient facility. And then the third one is gonna be SafeP, which is the longest facility, and it's 6 months with a 3-month aftercare. And the last two facilities that I mentioned are, they're picked up from the jail and transferred either in West Texas, East Texas, whichever area has a bed available, they'll be transferred to that facility. And typically the wait time is about 8 weeks for those programs.
Okay, and where did they wait?
They wait in jail.
So you could wait in jail for up to 2 months before you even go to the program.
Yes.
Okay. What's the goal of probation? I mean, why do we do probation instead of just saying, you know what, everybody goes to prison? Why do we do probation?
To rehabilitate the probationer and help them with their needs. We want every probationer to be successful, and we're here to help guide them and encourage them. But our ultimate goal is to reduce recidivism and rehabilitate the offender.
If you know, the rehabilitative services that probation provides, would Mr. Castillo receive those in prison?
I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough. Is there something called moral recognition therapy that's offered through the probation partner?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
So MRT is gonna be a cognitive behavioral approach that the probationer will attend classes. Now, I can't get into the specifics because every provider has different time constraints, but basically it's like an outpatient class for cognitive behavioral to help the probationer with their thinking errors and their decision making.
Here, 1 second, Judge.
Yes.
Ms. Salazar, I appreciate you answering my questions today. I'm gonna pass the witness.
All right, state.
Good morning, Ms. Salazar.
Hey, Megan.
How are you?
Good.
Okay, so you know my first name, is that fair to say, because you work here at the courthouse, as do I?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just speaking about probation and your training and experience, regarding condition number 1 of not committing any new offenses, you had represented to this jury that probation would be notified of any arrest. Is that correct?
Yes.
But typically in practice, really that's just concerning class A and class B misdemeanors and above, correct?
Yes.
So if the defendant committed like a traffic violation for speeding or reckless driving for which he only got a ticket, typically probation is not going to be notified of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then regarding condition number 2 of not consuming alcohol, typically on probation, a probationer is instructed to go provide a urinalysis monthly. Is that fair to say?
Typically, standard would be monthly.
Okay. And so if a defendant had consumed alcohol outside of, you know, the immediate vicinity of when he's supposed to UA, so let's say he's supposed to UA on a Friday. And let's say that he consumed alcohol on the Monday before. If 6 days has passed, that alcohol is not going to show up on that UA, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Okay. And so probation would have no knowledge, right, of that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then we were talking about condition number 9, including any restitution. But restitution to a victim's family is only considering costs that were incurred because of the crime, correct?
Yes,
So typically that just encompasses like funeral expenses, would you say?
yeah,
Okay. Now, regarding the revocation process, it's a multi-step process, you would say, right?
yes,
And so if probation gets notified that a defendant violated any condition of probation, then the probation officer generates a motion to revoke. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay, and then that is presented to the state's attorney, and the state's attorney would sign it and present it to the court, correct?
yes,
Okay. And then there was some mention about, if the court signs it, then a warrant becomes active, right?
yes,
And sometimes defendants do turn themselves in voluntarily for motions to revoke, is that correct?
yes,
But typically, the way that probationers are herded back into the system is they're have a warrant for an extended period of time and then are picked up from a traffic violation or something like that, right?
yes,
Okay. And then when they go to the Bear County Jail, they do have an opportunity to post bond depending on the court, right?
yes,
And even sometimes if the court does remand them without bond, their attorney can approach the court and ask for a bond, correct?
yes,
Okay. And then at that time, the probationer has a choice of whether he would like to take responsibility for violating his probation, or he can contest what's being alleged, correct?
yes,
And so the state would have to call witnesses and prove the allegations up to the court, right?
yes,
And then at that time, the court has the choice to either revoke his community supervision or give him another chance, right?
yes,
Okay. And that's even the same for zero tolerance, correct?
yes,
And then when we're talking about all of the screenings regarding substance abuse, so one that you mentioned was the TAP evaluation, correct? Predominantly, a TAP evaluation depends on a probationer's self-reporting issues that they have, right?
yes,
So if some passage of time has occurred, and the defendant thinks that he doesn't have a problem with substance abuse, then that's not going to be ordered as a condition of probation typically, right?
yes,
Okay. Because that would require the defendant taking accountability and saying, hey, I use alcohol this many times per week. I need help.
yeah, the TAP is 100% self-report, so if the probationer, it's what the probationer says on that report, to determine treatment.
Okay. And then kind of just going back at the moment to the hearing for the motion to revoke, even if the judge or whatever judge, even if a judge decides that a probationer is going to be revoked, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to impose the sentence that this jury awarded as the underlying, correct?
Yeah, sometimes the state, there's an agreement to amend the underlying sentence to a different.
Okay. But sometimes the judge can do it sua sponte, correct, like on their
Yeah,
own,
yeah.
right? And usually that's what defense asks for, right?
Yes,
Okay. And so then also with the conditions of probation, this jury doesn't get to decide what those conditions will be. That all comes from the court, correct?
yes,
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Just brief follow-up, Judge. So do you know what the term, we've used the term TAP a few times. Can you tell the jury what TAP means?
treatment alternative incarceration program.
So it's a treatment alternative to putting them in prison, correct?
Yes,
Okay. What happens if somebody doesn't tell you guys the truth on their TAP evaluation, and all of a sudden now they're coming up positive for alcohol or drugs or things like that? What happens?
the court would be notified of the positive drug testing, and we always let the court know what the TAP is saying or has said, so the court is notified.
Okay. And the court can modify the conditions of probation pretty much at any time, correct?
Yes,
and impose conditions, say, to go to state ISF or safety or any of these other things, if those weren't originally ordered, right?
Yes.
Okay. There was some issue was raised is, hey, if they're drinking alcohol and they're only getting tested once a month, it might not catch it. Is there a way that you can have that person who's on probation monitored for alcohol consumption 24/7?
So we typically on DWI cases, there's the ignition interlock. So anytime the defendant turns on their vehicle, they'll have to blow, and it also takes a picture. But there's also some new technology now. So we have the scram, which is on your ankle, and it monitors you 24/7 for any alcohol consumption. And then also there's the watch, the track watch, that also monitors any alcohol consumption. I just don't know how they secure the watch. I don't know how they get it from not taking it off. I don't know that part.
But the scram device, is that what we call a transdermal, in other words, through the skin alcohol monitor?
Yes,
Okay, and so that's going to detect then a probationer consuming any amount of alcohol, correct?
yes.
They even have to be careful with things like mouthwash and vinegar, right?
I don't know about that.
Okay, so if they consume something that has alcohol, it's going to show up on that screen.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And so we've got, you went through those first 9 conditions of probation. The judge can now order any other condition that she thinks is necessary to make sure that that defendant is being rehabilitated, correct?
Yes, the judge can order anything. I've seen previous judges order like compliance with mental health treatment with an outside provider. So it doesn't have to just be what is listed on these conditions. These are just the most common conditions, but the judge has full range of the conditions.
Do you think that somebody being placed on probation is easy for them?
No. I think probation, it can be easy, but you have to report, you have to do your drug test, you have to abide by all the standard conditions. So just depends what the judge orders. It can be easy and it can be difficult in some cases.
Can the court order them to take classes and pay for those classes and those kind of things too?
Yes, so typically all the classes and court conditions that judge orders, the defendant will have to pay out of pocket, so the price ranges, but even with the devices, the defendant will have to pay for those as well.
Okay. And we talked a little bit about GPS, but can you explain to the jury exactly what a GPS monitor does while a person's on probation?
So we have 2 different types of GPS. So it would be full house arrest. So basically the defendant cannot leave their address. And then we also have partial, where the defendant has certain times that they can leave the house to work or to go to church or any other stuff the defendant may have to do. There's time constraints on that. And then there's also the third, it's basically they have the monitor on at all times, but they can go wherever they want. They don't have time frames that they are restricted to.
Okay. Some of these classes that the defendants can be ordered to attend, do some of those classes involve probationers having to listen or be instructed by victims of crimes?
I don't know.
Let me ask you this. Is there a class called the Victim Impact Panel?
Yes,
What is that?
so that's gonna be, yes, a class that is presented by victims of like loved ones who have had someone they're close to affected by, alcohol related offenses.
Okay, okay. Um. In your experience, have you found that the judges are imposing the conditions necessary to make sure that someone's gonna be rehabilitated?
Yeah.
Ms. Salazar, I'm gonna pass the witness. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Just one question, Ms. Salazar, so typically when probation is notified of, like violations, like your analysis violations, positive violations for drugs or alcohol, usually there are multiple violations that occur before a motion to revoke is filed, correct?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
if probation receives a notification for one positive UA, that doesn't mean that a motion to revoke is gonna be immediately filed and acted upon, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then just regarding some of the classes, like the victim impact panel, that's maybe an 8-hour class, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the motion or moral recognition therapy, that's like an 8-week class, is that correct?
Yes.
And they're going once per week?
Yes.
Okay. We pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any further questions?
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you may step down. Defense, call your next witness.
Your Honor, defense calls Carla Castillo.
All right. All right, there's a gray microphone that's up there. It's square. If you could put it somewhere on your top, it's for the court reporter to hear. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
All right, you can lower your hand. And if you'll have a seat. And if you'll state your name for the record.
Marla Castillo.
All right, defense, you may proceed.
Okay.
Okay, you're up.
Good morning, Ms. Castillo. Do you know my client, Robert Castillo?
Yes.
How do you know him?
My oldest son.
You're his mother?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you a very important question right up front, and then we can get to some other things. But has Robert ever been convicted of a felony in the state of Texas or any other state?
No.
You've known Robert his whole life.
Yes.
All right. Can you describe for us how Robert was as a child?
He was always very a happy child. Like he was always teasing. He's always been like I guess the clown in the family. He's always teasing his brothers, his sisters, playing around. He's always been very helpful.
How was Robert in school?
He's a good student. He was good.
Did he have any discipline problems in school?
No, I mean, sometimes he would, when he was little, he would, be a little bit louder than other kids, but that's it. Nothing bad.
Okay. All right, so did he play sports,
Or no,
any music, anything like that?
no.
What were his interests?
Um. He's always like, I mean, I know he's like football and things like that, but he never, that I can recall, he never joined any teams or anything like that.
I can't barely hear you, ma'am. I'm
He
sorry.
likes sports.
Okay. And so how far did Robert go in school?
He graduated,
From high school?
yes.
Okay. And since then, what's Robert's family like?
His family life,
Yes.
he's got 3 kids, he's very involved. He's a very good father. I know he grew up without a dad, so he's made it a priority to be a part of the children's life and be very involved. I know he puts them in different sports. I think they're in karate right now. He's part of that. He's very involved. He's always taking care of them and everything.
And how old are his children right now?
10, 11, and I think 7. I'm sorry, I don't. Yeah.
Okay. And what are their genders? All boys, all girls?
2 girls and 1 boy. The youngest is a boy.
2 girls and a boy.
Yeah.
Okay. Does Robert support his children?
Yes,
Does he take care of them?
yes, he does.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to right when Robert got released from jail on bond.
Okay.
He got released to your house, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us how Robert was after he got released?
Included, you could tell he was really depressed. His whole demeanor, I mean, he was sad.
What was he sad about?
The whole incident,
What do you mean?
the accident,
The accident?
yes.
Okay. And so let me ask you this. Did Robert have some remorse for hitting Mr. Moody?
Yes, of course,
Did he care?
yes. Yes, he did.
How was he acting? I mean, how did he show you that he had remorse?
He's normally a very happy person. His whole demeanor, you could tell he keeps a lot to himself, but as a mom, you know, that when your child or your family, your child is depressed, his whole demeanor, the way he acts, secluded, sad, I mean, you could just tell. And of course, he expressed also, you know, it was an accident, like
What is it that you would want this jury to do in this case? I'm sorry, do you need a moment? I'm sorry.
fine. Go ahead.
What are you asking this jury to do as far as punishment in this case?
Maybe they could please consider probation. He helps me a lot with my son. He's very involved with his children. His children need his dad. He needs to be there for them. I mean, I've had my son fall off his chair and things like that. He's the one that helps me, like, with his care, picking him up and stuff. Those are things I can't do. Like, he's a big boy. He's tall, heavy. He's very involved in the care of my son.
You're talking about your son, Paul, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. That's his brother, right?
I believe he'd do a lot better out here, because he's very involved in his church. He helps people. I think he'd be a lot more help out here. I believe prison is for people who intentionally commit crimes. That's my belief. I don't know, but intentionally commit crimes and that are repeat offenders and things like that. He has never been convicted. He's not a bad person. It was a tragic loss, and I'm so sorry for the loss of Mr. Moody. I really, really am. I almost lost my son the same way. And I know it's hard. I know it's hard. And I'm really sorry. but I think he deserves a second chance. And to be a part of his children's life.
Ms. Castillo, thank you very much for being here today. I know this is difficult. I'm gonna pass the witness.
State.
Ms. Castillo, I know that this is hard for you, but I have to ask you a couple of questions. Okay? So I guess regarding your son, Robert, you went with him when he decided to turn himself in 2 days after the crash, correct?
Correct.
And you know that he had knowledge of what had occurred 2 days prior, correct?
I don't know, I don't understand.
So you're aware that your son testified that he became aware of what occurred through news articles 2 days before he turned himself in,
I don't
correct?
know when he was aware of it, but when he turned himself in, obviously he knew by then.
Okay. And before he turned himself in, you know, gathered his children and took them to his apartment so that he could spend time with them before he turned himself in, correct?
I believe so. I
Okay.
don't remember.
And when he turned himself in, he spent, roughly 5 days in jail. Does that sound right to you?
I believe so.
A couple of days, is that fair to say?
Yeah,
And during that time, he made a lot of phone calls to you, so that he could get out of jail, so you could arrange a bond for him, correct?
honestly, I don't even remember speaking to him in regards to that. I know that I was involved in doing like, plate sales and stuff like that to try and get him out, yes.
Okay. So you don't remember him making multiple phone calls to you, asking you the status of where you were and obtaining money to bond him out?
I think I might have gotten one phone call, but to be honest, I don't even remember what it was. What we spoke about, probably, honestly, I don't know.
Okay. Uh. Sorry, it's okay. Now, when he's released from the Bear County Jail, he was released to your residence, correct? And that's not something that he was really happy about. He wanted to go back to his apartment, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and one of the things that you all discussed is that as a condition of his bond, he did not want to have an ankle monitor. Do you recall that?
I was not part of that conversation.
Okay. And you would agree with me that when he went to go turn himself in, you know, you were able to go there with him and you were quite emotional on that day, correct?
I remember that.
And you were able to give him one last hug before you left him there at the substation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And even though you left him there at the substation, you were able to still talk to him while he was in jail, right?
I think I spoke to him once.
Okay, Judge, can I have a minute to get the headphones?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. You can take as many as you need. You're welcome.
Um, okay, Ms. Castillo. So at the time that this happened back in 2023, your phone number was 21. Number 73 and ask you to look. And so that would appear to be 10 phone calls between you and
Okay.
Robert. Is that correct? Okay. So you're stating that you don't remember discussing with him, making arrangements to make his bond or him asking you to be released without, full house arrest.
Not the full house arrest, the bond, like, I think that the one conversation I remember, I believe it's in regards to, getting money for his bond, but the rest I don't recall.
So I'm gonna ask you if you can please place these headphones on and just listen to a portion of a phone call, okay? Okay. So I'm just gonna play the phone call for you and then please remove the headphones when you feel like you've heard what you need. to hear, Okay, thank you. I'm gonna ask you to listen to a couple of more seconds, I'm sorry. So the voices that are in this call, that's you and your son, is that
Yes, ma'am.
correct?
Yes.
And so what you all were discussing was you know, finding the funds to bond him out of jail, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the things that he asked you is to have somebody approach the judge about removing the condition of full house arrest, is that correct? In the call,
All I heard,
that he didn't want ankle monitor?
I didn't pay attention, no, all I heard was about his car and the money.
Okay,
You want me to hear it again? I won't,
yes,
I'm so sorry.
it's okay. Judge, I guess, I think it may be easier if she was, can I approach, please?
Yes. All right, everyone, you may be seated. Just have a seat and state you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Ms. Castillo, so we both had a chance to refresh our memory over the break. Is that correct?
Right.
And I was confusing the call with another call with someone else. Is that correct?
Correct.
So in the call that you listened to, what you and your son were speaking about is just making arrangements for him to be able to bond out of the Bear County Jail, correct?
That is correct.
And then one thing that he was also concerned about in that call was the status of his car and whether it was totaled or not, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about your son Paul for just a brief minute. Is that your baby son?
That's my middle child.
Okay. Now I do want to apologize for what happened to him, and that you have had to live with the consequences of that. But it's my understanding that the person that shot Paul was never captured by the police
That
department.
is correct.
That's correct. And I am very sorry for that. And it's my understanding that your family has kind of lost hope for obtaining justice for Paul. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And that's an ugly feeling, right?
Honestly, I'm fine with it. For my way of thinking is I was more focused in learning how to live my life with him like that now that I just let it go. I let it go because it wasn't gonna do me any good mentally, emotionally, or in my heart. So I never caught him. There's nothing I could do.
But at the time, would you say that you wanted justice for Paul and for the person that did that to him to be captured?
Well, he was in the hospital, yes. After that, when he went into therapy and all that, honestly, I was too focused in trying to learn it's a whole way different of living with him, so I was just not. I just let it go.
But you would have wanted to see the person that did that to him punished, correct?
Yeah.
And I just wanted to talk to you about something really briefly because you stated that you believe that prison is for people that have prior felonies and did intentional killings. Is that fair to say?
Intentional crimes, yeah, that's how I see it.
Okay. Well, have you heard that in Texas, if somebody has a prior felony conviction, that actually enhances the range of punishment? Have you heard of that?
No, man.
Objection, Judge, I'm gonna object to that because that's not the law. That's a misstatement of the law.
Judge, if a person has a prior felony conviction, they're considered a repeater and their range of punishment would be a degree higher.
Judge, that would only be if there's a final felony conviction, i.e. they have been to prison.
All right, so if parties can approach.
Here, so are you aware, or have you heard that in the state of Texas, if an individual has a prior felony conviction to which they were sent to prison for, that would enhance their punishment range a degree higher?
No, ma'am, I'm sorry.
And I know that you love your son a great deal, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that he helps you a lot, correct?
Correct.
But I know that he expressed to you that this was an accident, but do you feel that he should be held accountable for what he did?
Yeah, but if not, I don't believe prison is the best choice.
We pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any further questions?
Just one briefly, if you maybe two. Ms. Castillo, Robert was placed on global positioning system, GPS monitor while he's been on bond, correct?
Right,
Okay, and that was ever since he got released to your house?
yes.
Okay. Has he had any violations while he's been on GPS? Okay. He's complied with all the requirements. Well, let me ask my question because Cindy's gonna kill us otherwise. She can only take down one person at a time. Has he complied with all the requirements of his pretrial bond conditions?
Yes.
No new offenses while he's been on bond. Thank you, Ms. Castillo. That's what.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down. Make sure you leave the square microphone behind. Any further witnesses?
Nothing further, Judge. Defense rest.
State, do you close?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense,
That's
do you
close.
close?
Close.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna read you the charge of the court on punishment. It states, members of the jury, by your verdict returned in this case as to count one, you have found the defendant, Robert Castillo, guilty of the offense of manslaughter as charged in the indictment. By your verdict returned into this case as to count two, you have found the defendant, Robert Castillo, guilty of the offense of failing to comply with the duty to give information and render aid after being involved in an accident involving personal injury or death under sections 550.021A4, 550.021C1A, and 550.023 of the Texas Transportation Code. You will next determine whether the defendant, Robert Castillo, used or exhibited a deadly weapon, to wit, a motor vehicle, during the commission of these offenses. Deadly weapon means anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Therefore, if you unanimously find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that a deadly weapon, to wit, a motor vehicle, was used or exhibited during the commission of the offense, and that the defendant used or exhibited the deadly weapon, you will so state in each verdict. It is also necessary that the jury assess the punishment for these offenses. You are instructed that the punishment for the offense of manslaughter as charged in count one in the indictment is confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for any term of not more than 20 years or less than 2 years. Therefore, you will assess the punishment of the defendant for any term of not more than 20 years or less than 2 years in count one. In addition to imprisonment, you may assess a fine not to exceed $10,000. And if you choose to assess a fine in addition to imprisonment, you will assess such fine and so state in your verdict under count one. You are instructed that the punishment for the offense of failing to comply with the duty to give information and render aid after being involved in an accident involving personal injury or death under sections 550.021A4, 550.021C1A, and 550.023 of the Texas Transportation Code as charged in count two of the indictment is confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for any term of not more than 20 years or less than 2 years. Therefore, you will assess the punishment of the defendant for any term of not more than 20 years or less than 2 years in count two. In addition to imprisonment, you may assess a fine not to exceed $10,000. And if you choose to assess a fine in addition to imprisonment, you will assess such fine and so state in your verdict under count two. If you assess a fine, it is not paid to the victim or victims, if any, but is paid into the registry of the court. The defendant in this case has applied on written sworn motion for community supervision, stating among other things that he has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state. Our statutes provide that where a defendant is found guilty of manslaughter as charged in count one of the indictment and the offense of failing to comply with the duty to give information and render aid after being involved in an accident involving personal injury or death under sections 550.021A4, 550.021C1A, and 550.023 of the Texas Transportation Code as charged in count two of the indictment, and the jury assesses the punishment at not more than 10 years for that offense, and they further find that the defendant has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state, the jury may, within its discretion, recommend community supervision during the good behavior of the defendant. If the jury does recommend community supervision, it will be granted by the court. You are instructed that the defendant may testify in his own behalf if he chooses to do so. But if he elects not to do so, that fact cannot be taken by you as a circumstance against him, nor prejudice him in any way. The defendant has elected not to testify in this punishment phase of trial, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever. In your deliberations, you may consider evidence introduced during the guilt phase of the trial, as well as any evidence introduced at the punishment phase of the trial. Under the instructions herein given, it will not be proper for you in determining the penalty to be assessed to fix the same by lot, chance, any system of averages, or any other method than by a full, fair, and free exercise of the opinion of the individual jurors under the evidence admitted before you. The length of time for which a defendant is in prison may be reduced by award of parole. Under the law applicable in this case, if you find that the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a motor vehicle, during the commission of the offense, you are instructed as follows. If the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed. If the defendant is sentenced to a term of less than 4 years, the defendant must serve at least 2 years before the defendant is eligible for parole. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of that law will depend on decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law. You are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. Under the law applicable in this case, if you do not find that the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a motor vehicle, during the commission of the offense, you are instructed as follows. If sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant may earn early parole eligibility through the award of good conduct time. Prison authorities may award good conduct time to a prisoner who exhibits good behavior, diligence in carrying out prison work assignments, and attempts at rehabilitation. If a prisoner engages in misconduct, prison authorities may also take away all or part of any good conduct time earned by the prisoner. If the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served plus any good conduct time earned equals 1/4 of the sentence imposed. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law and good conduct time might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of these laws will depend on decisions made by prison and parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law and good conduct time. However, you are not to consider the extent to which good conduct time may be awarded to or forfeited by this particular defendant. You are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. Suitable forms are attached hereto for your verdicts if you should care to use the same. However, such forms are not intended to influence you in any way in arriving at your verdicts. In any event, each verdict must be unanimous, in writing, signed by your presiding juror. Respectfully submitted, Judge Stephanie Boyd, 187 Judicial District Court, Bexar County, Texas, and suitable forms are attached. Ladies and gentlemen, again, you do not have to memorize this. You will have the original when you begin your deliberations. Each side will have 10 minutes to provide you with their closing arguments. Are parties ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. State.
Ladies and gentlemen, by your verdict, you have found the defendant guilty of count 1 manslaughter and count 2 failure to stop and render a death. Now, the range of punishment for count 1 and count 2 is between 2 to 20 years in prison. And you will have the opportunity to make a consideration regarding probation. The state is going to be asking you to deny that application. You're going to hear from Mr. McLean, and then I will get back up and speak with you one more. Be reserved for rebuttal, Judge.
Morning, folks. As I said, we're gonna try and respect the time today. I'm not gonna get this drawn out. As I said in my opening, we're asking for mercy today. We're asking for mercy.
I'm gonna ask you to incorporate the evidence that you heard during the open and census portion of this trial about Robert, about his work experience, about his leadership roles in work experience, about how he's been a productive member of society. He's worked hard, he's done well. He supports his family. He's got 3 kids that he's got to worry about. He's got a brother, you got Paul. Got to take care of his brother too. This is a man who's involved in things. It's a man who's involved in his community. This is a man who tries to take care of his employees and do what he can to try and make this a better world. By your verdict, it is very clear to me that you believe that he made some stupid decisions that night, and that he did something that cost someone, Mr. Moody, his life. I respect that verdict. I have to. And I surrender what we're doing here today to you, because you're the trial fact. You get to make the determination of what's going to happen in Mr. Castillo's life. It's tough. It's hard. What we're asking for you to do is not an easy thing, especially after what we've heard. And I know you're balancing and said, well, what's a man's life? What I would posit to you is that what we're talking really about here today is kind of the tale of 2 mothers. We heard Ms. Gonzalez up here, and she's talking about the loss of her son. I've got 2 friends of mine that lost kids. And it's something that you'll never get over. I know she never will. I know she's probably never going to be the same. And I understand that. But I don't think that what we're talking about here today is a maximum sentence. This wasn't something where it was done so badly. I mean, are we talking about sending someone to prison for 20 years because they ran a red light and got into an argument with the wrong guy? I mean, really, is that what we're talking about? We're talking about sending somebody to 20 years for being stupid. We've got a balance here, Mr. Castillo and Mr. Moody. And what we're asking for is not revenge. We don't want revenge here. That's not what justice is. Okay? We're asking for justice. And justice has to be tempered by mercy. Otherwise, we must just go back to Roman days and start crucifying people on crosses. That's not what we do here in this country. That's not what we do in America. We have ranges of punishment for a reason, okay? And that range of punishment includes probation. It also goes all the way up to 20 years. But I would ask you to think, is this the worst case scenario that you could imagine that is what maximum range of punishment deserves? Or is this something where we can say, okay, we can give 10 years, and with that, we can give probation and give Mr. Castillo a chance to show his remorse, to show the community that he is truly sorry for what he's done. You heard from probation. Probation isn't easy. This isn't a gift. You're not giving him anything. Probation is justice. It's hard. It's difficult. And he's got that 10 years hanging over his head the whole time. If he messes up, I'll tell you right now, this judge is going to send him. She won't hesitate for a minute. Okay. So, what we're asking for you to do is consider probation. In order to do that, we have to have a sentence of 10 years or less. If he is revoked, he's looking at doing that 10 years. What we're hoping to do is rehabilitate, not just punish. Not just punish. But I think it's important to rehabilitate, because you got to remember, at some point he's coming out of prison. And is prison going to make him a better person or a worse person? Mr. Castillo is not one of these guys out here running the street, gang banging and doing all this stuff. He wasn't street racing that night or doing things that he shouldn't be doing. He got into an argument with the wrong guy, pulled the gun on him, and he took off. Should he have even been there? Probably not. I think that's exactly where you guys got with your verdict. But the problem we've got now is what happens to him because of this. You wanna ruin another life? You wanna ruin his kids' lives? I don't think we want that. That's not justice. They didn't do anything either. It's a lot to balance, guys. I know it is. It's hard. But I'm asking you to look in your hearts. Let's forgive trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Okay? Mercy and justice are two sides of the same coin. Two sides of the same coin. You can have mercy and still give justice. I'm asking you to grant his application for probation. And if you want to give him a 10-year underlying sentence, I'm okay with that. He's gonna have to do what he has to do on probation. It's not gonna be easy, I promise you. There's gonna be all kinds of conditions, and he can go to prison for a little while to think about it. But we're asking you to grant that application for probation. State's gonna get up here and she's gonna argue hard against it. I respect it. They've done a good job with this job, but they're going through. But I'll leave it in your hands and ask for the mercy.
All right, state.
I drove the car, but I did not cause the death. Ladies and gentlemen, I tend to agree with Ms. Gonzalez. This is a case about accountability, and the defendant has not taken any accountability in this case. I gave him every opportunity to do so when he was up on that stand, and all you heard were excuses for his behavior that night and lies. And as he sits before you here today crying, that's a self-realization that he has to accept the verdict that you rendered in this case. He wasn't crying before. He wasn't crying up on that stand when I was asking him about what happened. You didn't see any remorse from him then. But now that he has to accept your verdict and the consequences that you're going to render in this case, now he wants to cry. He wasn't crying when we saw video of Mr. Moody being struck and killed. But now that he has to accept what he did, now he's crying. I want you to recall his testimony when you all go back there to deliberate. Because make no mistake about it, I am asking you to deny his application, and I am asking you to render a verdict of 20 years and count 1 and count 2. Now I want to talk to you about the charge, starting out with a deadly weapon, okay? Our law provides that a deadly weapon means anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. So what I want you to pay attention to is that or, okay? We heard some argument from Mr. McLean that it wasn't the defendant's intent, okay? And I would agree with that because he was charged with a reckless killing, okay? Intentional killings or murders. But I want you to pay attention to that or, in the manner of its use. In the manner that the defendant operated his motor vehicle on that night, we know that legally it is a deadly weapon because it was capable of causing death to Mr. Moody, and it did, okay? Then moving on. We've already gone through the range of punishment for count 1 and count 2. It's anywhere between 2 to 20 years in prison. But I want to talk to you all about the application for probation, okay? Because it says the jury assesses the punishment at not more than 10 years for that offense. So should you decide to grant the defendant's application for probation, what you are saying is that this wasn't enough. The actions that he committed on this night were not enough because you're going to give him a second chance. And even if he messes up and gets that second chance, he maybe would have to serve 10 years. That is not what Mr. Moody's life was worth. That's not in the best interest of this community. Okay, because your verdict decides when he gets to get behind a motor vehicle again, when he gets to consume alcohol again, and when he gets to possess firearms again. 10 years is not enough. You heard Ms. Gazella's gleam about the memory of her son, of Eric. And I think a tale of two mothers is a very interesting way to put it. Because Eric did not deserve what happened to him. And even if you decide to send the defendant to prison, like I'm asking you to do, in that tale of two mothers, one only gets to see her son in a cemetery. Mr. Castillo's mom will have every opportunity to call him on the phone, visit him. She still gets her son on holidays, birthdays, celebrations. Ms. Gonzalez doesn't have that. Mr. Moody doesn't have that. The only place that they can see their son is at the cemetery. Now, the last thing I want to talk to you about in the charge is parole, okay? You all can consider its existence and just be aware that if you find the deadly weapon true, that means that parole could be awarded at halftime, okay? If you find the deadly weapon not true, parole could be awarded at a quarter time, all right? Ladies and gentlemen, you heard the testimony of the probation officer. You know, she was talking about classes. I would impart on you the only victim impact statement or panel that the defendant would ever need was the testimony of Ms. Gazella. Okay, and she all let you know what would be justice in this case. And I agree with her. Ladies and gentlemen, if you awarded this defendant probation, you would be giving him exactly what he wants. What he's wanted since he turned himself in 2 days after he killed Mr. Moody on March 27th of 2023, when he was in the Bexar County Jail speaking with Ashley. And he knew then that he was going to come in here and ask you all to find him not guilty. And if you found him guilty, that he was going to ask you for probation. That's not justice. And it's not protecting our community. I am asking you to sentence him to 20 years and count 1 and count 2. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard all the evidence that you're going to hear in this case. You're going to go back to the room and begin your deliberations. And again, the person who is the alternate, they'll put you in a separate room. And the person who needs their phone to track their insulin, you will be allowed to do that with no objection from either side. Again, just make sure it's on airplane mode. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. So to everyone in the courtroom, it's the court's understanding that a verdict has been reached on punishment. So again, I understand that emotions can run high. I ask that people just realize that if there's any shouting or anything of that nature, I'm going to have to ask you to leave the courtroom. And what I can tell the parties who are here, once the verdict is rendered, then they usually have what's called a victim impact statement. And the victim impact statement is when the complainant's family or a representative from the family speaks to the accused. And Mr. McLean,
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to go ahead and fill this out and give it to your client. And thank you for not checking boxes. Thank you. Mhm. Because sometimes people will check the wrong box. Oh, we're waiting for him to be brought out. And then we're waiting for Megan to come down. She should be right here in a moment. Mr. Castillo?
Okay, so you got a verdict for punishment, but this is what it says. Box that corporation against, I think that makes you have the right.
Judge, I think we're just waiting on family for victim impact notes.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, just letting you know.
Oh, that's what you're waiting on. Okay,
Yes, Judge.
okay. Oh, and Mr. McLean, would you be handling the appeal or is he going to need one appointed?
Judge, I think make sure that Mr. Castillo is getting the best defense he could possibly get. I think somebody needs to grade my paper too.
Okay,
And so I've discussed it. I'm gonna withdraw. I'll probably file a notice of appeal, depending what the jury's verdict is. But yeah, if it's gonna be on appeal, I know I do them. I do a lot of them, but I think somebody needs to grade my paper too. So I've asked the court to appoint somebody.
okay.
Thank you.
All right, we're back on the record. Oh, everyone, please be seated. We're back on the record in 2023 CR 8866. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the court's understanding that you've reached a verdict on punishment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have you reached a verdict as to punishment on each count?
Yes.
And on each count, is that verdict unanimous? All right, if you'll hand the verdict form to Deputy Laura, please. All right, with regards to count one on the finding as to use or non-use of a deadly weapon, the jury unanimously find that the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a motor vehicle, during the commission of the offense of manslaughter as charged in count one. With regards to punishment in count one, it states we assess his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 12 years, and there is no fine. With regards to count two, as to findings as to use or non-use of deadly weapon, it states we unanimously find that the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a motor vehicle, during the commission of the offense of failing to comply with the duty to give information and render aid after being involved in an accident involving personal injury or death under sections 550.021A4, 550.021C1A, and 550.023 of the Texas Transportation Code as charged in count two. With regards to count two for punishment, the jury states we assessed his punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 12 years, and there is no fine. Does anyone wish to have the jury polled? State,
No, Your Honor.
defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the deputy will now take you back to the jury room, and I'll come back and talk with you briefly. Everyone, please rise. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, Mr. Castillo, the jury having found you guilty of count one and count two, as legally required, the court then is finding you guilty of counts one and count two. And as legally required, the court is running counts one and counts two concurrently. The court will give you credit for any time served, which is legally required. And the court will sentence you to 12 years in the prison in counts one and counts two. There's a $0 fine in each count. In each count, the court will make an affirmative finding of a deadly weapon. With regards to restitution, is there any restitution, or do we need to have a restitution hearing?
There is none, Your Honor.
All right, then the court will find no restitution. Is there anything else with regards to sentencing from either side?
Just a no contact order with the family of Mr. Moody.
All right, and there's to be no contact with the complainant's family. Anything else with regards to sentencing, state or defense?
No, Judge.
Further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Castillo, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorneys? Did you understand it and sign it? All right, you have a right to appeal as this was a jury trial. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what that is, you'll need to speak to the attorney. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. So at this time, it's the court's understanding that there is to be victim impact. Is that correct?
Judge, there's been a change. There will be no victim.
All right, there'll be no victim impact. Defense, if you need to speak to your client, I'm going to go speak to the jurors briefly, and you can have a chance to speak. So, your witness?
Yes, sir. I believe we also have a plea ready as well.
All right, is there a plea ready?
I just have to record the 2 minutes. Whatever. We can wait for the.
You want to wait for the motion?
I don't, I mean, it's gonna go all, as long as we are done by five, I mean, he is not going back today, I will drag somebody along.
This will be a short motion, it's not gonna take too long,
Okay, all right, let's put the witness up here.
but don't hold me to that, no, you can't.
Yeah, well, we can
All right, can you raise your, and Cindy, this is 2026 CR 0000587. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record.
Richard. Hey.
All right, state you may proceed.
How are you presently employed?
I'm a pro San Antonio Police Department.
How long have you been in that safety?
3 years.
What have been your duties over the past 3 years?
3 years I've been assigned to the patrol sector, specifically South Patrol.
Are you a certified police officer?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what was your assignment on June 30th, 2025?
Throughout that summer, I was assigned to the property crime task force. During that specific hour, we were on patrol, kind of doing proactive activity.
Okay, and what were your duties on the property crimes task?
At that time, we would look for property related crimes like burglary, effectively, along with the targets that have related warrant.
Okay, and that doesn't preclude your general duties that you're tasked with as a uniformed police officer, correct?
It does not.
Okay. So you stated you were on duty on, or I guess, were you on duty on June 30th, 2025?
Yes,
What were your hours of that shift?
it was 4 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay, and were you in uniform on that day?
Yes,
Were you in a marked patrol unit?
Yep.
Were you working solo or did you have a partner?
I have
Who were you working with?
Officer Norris.
Were y'all in marked patrol unit?
Yeah,
Okay, who was driving the patrol unit?
I was there.
What area were you,
That time south.
okay, and what, I guess, landmarks encompass the South Patrol District? Like, I guess, streets, or are there any definitive streets?
That area, we were Southwest Military Defense.
Okay. Are you familiar with the case under SAPD 2025130992?
Yes,
What case is that?
we have section PG1.
How did you become involved in that case?
It was a traffic stop.
Okay. What did you observe when you were on Pleasanton Road and West Gerald Avenue?
Going on Pleasanton northbound, I observed a female on a bicycle attempting to turn westbound on West Road and fell to property insurance.
I want to talk to you a little bit, officer, when you are, I guess, in the academy, do you learn about bicycles and the rules and responsibilities of bike riders?
Yes, for my training, it's the bicycles are subject to all of that.
Okay, so that would include signaling, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how bicyclists are to signal turns?
Yes.
How are they to signal a right turn?
If it's to the left, they would pick up their left hand, or sorry, if it's to the right, they would either use their right hand or use their left hand and point it out.
Okay, and are there signals for like slowing down as well?
That one would be down.
Okay. Okay, and then right would be what signal can you do with your arm?
Yes.
Okay, is there an alternative signal as well?
Okay.
Okay, so you did not observe that person on the bike to do that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now, you stated they were turning onto which street?
I believe it's East Road or West Road.
Okay, what did you do after you observed them fail to signal?
I attempted to do a traffic stop, as I made the turn onto West Road, I able to see the female kind of escalated quickly before I turned on my overhead lights. And she turned into an apartment complex and I lost her at that time.
Okay, so you observed her fail to signal and you said she turned into an apartment complex. Approximately how much time between you first observing her and you losing sight of her was it?
First observing her to losing sight, it was only about 10 seconds.
Okay, and then did you make a U-turn or what did you do?
Yes, I took continued straight once I lost that route. I believe I took the first right and then did a U-turn at that point,
Okay,
back towards the apartment.
okay, so then what street were you driving, I guess, on after you made the U-turn or turned around?
It was West Gerald.
Okay, and what happened at that point?
Once I did the U-turn coming up, approaching the apartment complex, I observed the female exiting the apartment complex, walking her bike.
Okay, so she still had the bike.
Yes,
Was she still in the same outfit that you had previously seen her in?
yes.
And how much time had elapsed between the time that you ceased observing her because she went into the apartment complex, you making the U-turn and then seeing her again?
Anywhere from a minute.
Now, are the marked patrol units equipped with Kodiak video or Axon Fleet video?
Yes,
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about that. In this case, you activated COVID. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, that was just rubber band.
No problem.
Very good. How does the Axon Fleet work? Can you talk to us about that?
yes, the Atwell fleet is gonna be the camera that's inside our patrol vehicle, but pointing outwards, to people in the street. When we wanted to start recording, we have a button either on our computer or physically right things on our.
Okay, in what time generally, so in your training experience, at what point do you activate that Axon Fleet?
When it comes to traffic stops specifically, right when I see the violation, I'll pick it so that it records the prior 30 seconds to what I'm doing.
Okay, now are there instances based on your experience where you have failed to activate your Axon?
Correct,
Okay, did that happen in this case?
correct,
Okay, so here is your testimony that the failure to signal is not captured on Axon Fleet, is that fair to say?
it's fair to say.
Okay, did you activate the Axon in this case though?
I did.
At what point?
From my knowledge, I remember doing it once I saw the violation. There was some distance in between myself and the female when she was making that right turn. But I did do it and then I turned it off after I lost sight on.
Okay, and then you reactivated it?
Yes,
Okay. So after you observed her make that violation, and you observed her again, did you make contact with this individual?
I did.
What did you do?
Once I observed her, I parked my patrol vehicle next to her and began approaching her to begin my traffic stop.
Okay, so at that time, you believe you have reasonable suspicion.
I did.
What did you base that determination on?
The violation of the bicycle not using her hands.
And that's a violation of the transportation code, correct?
Correct.
Okay, generally speaking, when you come into contact with someone or conduct a stop, do you obtain identifying information for them?
Yes.
Why?
For many reasons, identifying who I'm stopping and also if I'm gonna write a warning or a ticket.
Okay, and you did that here?
Yes,
Was the individual cooperative with providing that information?
she was not.
Okay, in what way was she not?
When we first approached her, it looked like she wanted to kind of walk in a different direction. That was kind of the idea I was feeling for her. She was also uncooperative verbally, not wanting to provide identification, and at that point it became a safety issue.
Okay, what did you do next?
When she started kind of walking a little bit backwards and not wanting to identify, I grabbed her by the backpack. So that I can have control of her. Like I said, it was a safety issue and I don't know what's in the backpack. And so I wanted to place handcuffs on her, that's fine.
Okay, so you wanted to detain her, is that a false statement?
Yes,
Okay, do you recall the name that the individual provided?
Marianne,
Okay, do you see Mary Ann in the courtroom today?
yes.
Can you please point to her and identify her by an article of clothing? Can you describe an article of clothing?
Oh, the other one has a blue photo.
Okay, thank you for the record, the witness has identified Ms. Castillo. West Gerald and Pleasanton, that's in Bear County, correct?
It is.
Okay, so once you got her detained, right, who cuffed her? Was it you or your partner, Officer Lexington?
It was both of us, but we both had hands on her.
Okay, then what did y'all do?
We placed her in handcuffs.
And what did y'all do after that?
We continued to ask her for identification while also walking her towards the back car.
Okay, after information, identifying information was received, what did y'all do?
We ran it through our SCP procedure.
Was it you or was it Officer Larson?
It was off the bus.
Okay, and why do y'all run individuals' information through the system?
To run them, to see if they have any warrants.
Okay, was there a warrant in this case?
There was.
For what?
It was a municipal court traffic citation.
Okay, so when you discovered that she had a municipal court warrant, what did you do?
At that point, gonna place her under arrest.
Okay, did you inform Ms. Castillo that she had a warrant?
Yes,
What was her reaction?
she was upset.
Okay, in your video, you mentioned an MC, what does that stand for? And that's referring to the warrant.
Yes,
Okay, so on June 30th, 2025, were you equipped with body on camera?
yes,
Were y'all equipped with video on board?
I'm sorry,
Were y'all equipped with the Axon fleet?
yes,
To your knowledge, were they operating properly?
yes.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, at this time, state's going to move to admit what has been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for the purposes of this hearing.
Any objection? All right, State's Exhibit number 1 is admitted without objection.
No, it's just. But he tells her. He stopped her.
Once you have a warrant, you have a right to resist.
What do you want?
So I mean, you can't, you go for it. You want to- I don't think-
I'll just do it. Okay, permission to publish, Judge?
Granted.
Playing State's Exhibit at 12 seconds.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
I just told you, it's not violation, I'm not gonna do this with you. We're gonna ID you, you're not gonna go through it. Okay, we're gonna ID you. Okay, I will, relax. I will, if you wanna do this, you can. I'm not gonna play this game. I'm not gonna do it. Okay, so all we have to, I don't call the supervisor, all we have to do is ID. When you, right here on this right turn, you didn't signal, and I got it on camera, and you wanna.
Show it to me.
Okay, I will.
Okay, no, I never.
Come on, let's go. I'm not gonna.
I don't have to go with you. 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 I don't have to go with you.
If
You
you
don't
run,
have to
if
go.
you run, I'm not.
I'm not
gonna do
gonna
it.
run.
Okay, relax. Relax.
Well,
You
you
guys don't wanna do
You
it.
don't have the right. You don't have the right.
Okay.
You
relax.
call your
Hey,
supervisor.
what do you have in hand?
I'm not
Stop doing it.
Call your supervisor. Call your supervisor now. Call your supervisor now. Call your supervisor right
I
now.
wanna go for recess.
I'm not, what am I in arrest for? I'm in arrest. What am I in arrest for? What am I in arrest for?
Okay.
What am I in arrest for? What am I in arrest for? No, you give me that. Why am I in arrest?
You're sick or whatever. Because you don't wanna cooperate. Crazy.
Dude.
Dude.
But I'm going to, but I'm not to say my ID.
Yes.
Why are you-
Fuck this shit.
why
Come on,
are you-
come on.
Why are you doing this?
Crazy.
I'm like, I'm not even breaking the law.
Why are they here?
I'm not even breaking the law. Why are you like this to me?
I have to take off your backpack because I don't want you wet in here.
What?
I don't want you to get, sorry, I don't want you to get wet out here.
There's people in there peeing and stuff.
So what?
Is your face camera on?
Yes, what's your name?
I don't have to say my name.
Then we'll look at it.
What am I breaking?
I'll give you a chance, I'll let you go.
No, the cup came off. I didn't take it off for purpose. I didn't take it off for purpose. I tried to just, look, I never do this.
I
I know, okay, I don't blame you, I won't, stop doing this. No,
Why are you talking to me like that?
stop,
Why are you talking to me like that? Why are you treating me like this? Why? Is it hard? Is it hard?
Yes, it is, why would it not
Why are you
be?
treating me like this?
Will you?
I'm not even resisting. Why are you? Why? I'm not gonna sit up there. I'm not gonna do anything wrong. My name is Maria Castillo, President, we're going to say
Why is that so hard?
Why would this? Yes,
What is your birthday?
February 26, 1981.
Yeah.
I need to pray for my
I will.
No, right
Stand in
now.
front of my vehicle, I'm gonna get surprised, I don't want.
Thank you, I appreciate you. Yes, today is off today.
Crap, how is that so difficult?
Why did you pull me over back then? Why did you pull me over back then?
Huh?
Why did you pull me over there?
Because you ran in here.
I
I
ran,
tried.
I was
You were
running.
like, you were going quick and you look back at me. I saw, we saw it. Everything's on camera. You know you look back.
I looked back, I didn't see there was any car behind me,
Okay.
but I didn't see no sirens, I didn't see no lights.
Where you from? San Antonio?
Public safety exhibit. Officer, you state that she looked back at you. Was that before or after she failed to signal?
That was after.
And then after you discovered she had the warrant, correct? You informed her, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and then did you search her backpack she had in her possession?
I did,
Did you have any findings?
I did.
Okay, what did you find?
I found a clear baggie with like crystal substance inside.
Was that consistent with a controlled substance based on your training and experience?
Yes,
What substance was it consistent with?
methamphetamine.
Your Honor, I pass the witness.
Defense?
Officer, I want to go over again a little bit about you stopping this lady. Where were you, well, first off, did you have a Coban on? At what point in time did you turn the Coban on?
From what I can remember, when she failed to signal, I believe I did turn it on at that point, and then after I lost sight of her, I turned it off.
Okay. Did you review that Coban before you testified today?
No.
Let's talk about, what was going on. I didn't fully understand. Where were you traveling at? Where was she going? What was her directional route?
She was going southbound on Pleasanton, attempting to turn westbound on Gerald.
When I approach the judge, I'm
Yes.
going to, I'm gonna hand you a little diagram here and ask you, this is not scale, it's just a rough diagram showing the streets.
Yes, sir.
Pleasanton. And, Pleasanton, Worcester, part of the high school, part of the structure.
Yes.
Can you, just kind of, put a mark where she was, where she went?
Here.
Now, the Sparta complex had several different,
It does.
so she went into one of them.
In one of them.
Now, I'll give you another thing, I'm gonna ask you. Tell me, where were you going? What direction were you going?
I was going northbound on Pleasanton.
You were going northbound to Pleasanton? Okay, I'm gonna give you another pin if you'll kind of mark. Where you were. Where did you go? Kind of continue which way did you go?
Yes, if it wasn't immediately on West Gerald, I'm sorry, northbound on Pleasanton, I turned on West Gerald.
From behind her? After she turned.
Somewhat, but she quickly went into the apartment complex to right outside of her, so I was never directly behind her.
So you never made the turn. She made the turn and then you made the turn after her, but she's ahead of you, and then she turned into, ducked into the apartment complex?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. Okay, what's this U-turn that you talked about?
It was somewhere on West Gerald, took a right, that I'm not familiar, I don't know what street that is, it's a very short street off of West Gerald. I'm not mistaken, we took a right and then somewhere along that small street, we went back towards West Gerald, towards the apartment complex entrance.
Okay, so you took a ride on the small street, and that's when you did the U-turn to get back, is that,
At some point in that area.
okay? Then you got back from West Gerald,
Yes.
and then you turned back toward Pleasanton, you turn left going back toward Pleasanton. That'd be,
I don't recall. What I remember is going back into the apartment complex where I saw.
yeah, just, if you can kind of remember where you think it was. just-
Yes.
Oh, you get what? Yeah, I've got this one. Well, you got a black one? Okay. Okay, your initials. Now show me. After you made the turn.
I'm coming back off my strip, back east.
Point. Yeah, how did you keep on the other back? You initially turned. You were on the west, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And then there's another street over here.
Off on the side of the-
Off of the, yeah, it's to the right.
like right there.
Yes.
All right, so, as you turned, she had already turned into an apartment complex.
Yes.
Did you have your co-band going all this time? You turned it off when you lost, after she ducked in, you turned it off?
Yes.
And when did you turn it back on?
When I gained I said on her again when she was walking out of the apartment complex with her bikes.
After you turned into the apartment complex?
Yes. Oh, so, yes.
So if there's a co-band showing you going east on West Gerald. There would not be a co-band going east on West Gerald. Because you turned it off when you turned on the West Gerald going west and you turned it off. You turned around and came back and you did not turn it on again until you went into the apartment complex.
So I turned into the apartment complex
And then you turned it off.
and my vehicle's facing eastbound or like southeast. So that means I was coming eastbound to take a right into the apartment complex where I made contact.
Okay, and you did not, you guys did not go around the block, did you?
I don't remember.
Were y'all in fact, I mean, from your memory, were y'all in fact on West Gerald going east? She makes a turn around the corner coming toward you. And y'all pass each other?
No,
No, what happened?
no, she's coming south on Pleasant and taking a right on West Gerald. I'm going north.
Okay, so you and her never passed each other, going different directions.
No, not that I can remember.
Okay, very good. How far from the intersection when she made a right turn, how far were you from her? From that intersection when you saw her turn?
On the other side of the intersection,
On the other side?
directly on the
And you're driving your car
driving in my vehicle.
and you're paying attention to driving, right?
Yes,
And you're coming to an intersection, did that intersection have a red light in it?
I don't remember.
What, you're coming to an intersection, you're paying attention to cars at the intersection,
Yeah.
right? Would that be true? Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now, to do a right-hand turn, if you're gonna do a right-hand turn on a bike, you have to give the signal. And there's nothing that says that the arm has to be extended 3 feet out away from your body. You just have to extend it out and put your hand up, correct?
Correct.
When you're giving that signal, was there a lot of traffic at that time of day?
I don't have.
Okay. But when you're giving that signal, don't you have to, as you're gonna turn your bike, you have to, your left arm is up, you have to take it back down and hold on the handlebars as you make a turn.
Yes,
Is it possible that she made a right-hand turn and what you saw was her put her hand down and turning the corner after she had already given her signal?
I did not see her use a hand signal.
You did not see her, but is it possible that prior to her turning, she had already given the hand signal?
So I'm looking at her approaching the intersection, and I did not see her do that.
You're watching her approach?
I'm watching her approach.
You're not watching for other cars at that intersection?
I am, but I'm trained to watch traffic violations as well.
Trained to watch bicycles, is that what y'all do, get on the street looking for bikes?
Not specifically, but bikes are subject to traffic laws, so I have to.
Bikes at what?
Are subject to traffic laws, so I have to.
Well, all bikes are subject to traffic, so all bikes you watch.
I watch all traffic.
Okay, and what you testified to today, you're certain that your testimony is true and correct and exactly what happened?
To the best of my knowledge.
Well, did your knowledge, you didn't review the co-bans, did you?
I reviewed what was available to me.
The co-bans weren't available to you today to review?
What are you talking about specifically?
I'm talking about specifically the co-bans that was on your car at that time. Did you review those today before you testified?
We reviewed a video of my plea, Coleman. Yes, we reviewed a video.
It showed y'all turning, making a left-hand turn on the West Gerald?
No,
You said your co-ban was activated as you were going out Pleasanton, as you got to the intersection.
yes.
She took a right. And you made a left kind of behind her.
So from my training, I'm trained to turn it on when I see a violation, which that's what I saw. So to my knowledge, I'm trained to turn it on. So that's what I thought I did at that time.
Yeah, okay, you turned it on when you saw the violation.
From my knowledge, yes, because I'm trained to do that.
Okay, did you review that co-ban today?
No,
Why not?
I don't know. Must not have been.
So you're testifying to the best of your knowledge, but your knowledge today may not be accurate because you didn't review all the information.
At that time, I saw the violation, and that's why I stopped.
No, I understand your day, you remember, you remember seeing the violation and you don't need to review anything because you got good memory, right? This is a year ago.
Correct.
You don't have to review the co-ban.
It would be good to review.
Did you review your police report today?
The actual,
Yeah, your
Report?
written report, yeah.
No.
You didn't review anything?
No.
Did you talk to the state about what you were gonna testify to?
yes,
Did y'all talk about the facts?
yes,
And you told her what you remembered?
yes.
Did she tell you what your report said?
There was different facts about it, yes.
And you didn't read your report today?
Not the actual report. I wasn't I didn't write the actual report. My brother did.
Okay, did you review the actual report to see if it was accurate?
I did not review the actual report.
Did you review anything today before you testified?
Yes,
What did you review?
camera footage and facts about the reason suspicion and arrest.
Facts about did you say facts? What did you review? The facts about the reasonable suspicion?
Yeah,
What facts are we talking about?
yeah, we reviewed everything, anywhere from why I stopped her to why I placed her in handcuffs to why I arrested.
What did you review? What kind of document did you review?
A video of me approaching her.
Talking about the video we see right here?
Yes,
Did you review any other videos?
yes.
What other videos did you review?
Her in the backseat.
Okay. But you did not review co-ban.
The video, no.
Why not? That would have been the actual violation that you testified to, would have been on camera. Why didn't you review that?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
You don't have it to present to the court, do you?
I personally.
Okay, and so we're gonna testify to what you remember, the best of your knowledge. But you didn't even review the report that was written by the other officer. You didn't even bother to review that, did you?
So I remember her not using her hand signal.
No, I understand, that's what you're testifying to, and you had a co-ban that we could have reinforced that, could have verified that, and you didn't bother to review it.
The front co-ban, no.
But the front co-ban is the co-ban that you would have seen the violation, correct?
Correct.
You didn't review that,
No, sir.
and it's not here for you to show, to offer to the court.
Not to my knowledge.
You don't have it to offer to the court, do you?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Not to your knowledge, do you have it or do you not have it?
I do not.
And so the court's gonna rule based upon your knowledge, it's your recollection from a year ago. And you got video that would verify that or would show that to be true. Make sure your memory is correct. And we don't have that, and you didn't even bother to look at it.
We don't have that.
You didn't bother to look at it, did you?
No.
One second, I think I may be, just one second. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, very briefly, Judge. Officer Vega, you testified on cross. There is no co-ban in this case, correct?
I'm sorry, one more.
Wait, sorry. You just testified on cross to Mr. Ross that there is no co-ban in this case, correct?
That's the question he asked me, yes.
Right, but that's not true, correct?
It's not true. There's co-ban in general, there is video.
Right, there's co-ban, but it does not show the traffic violation you observed, correct? Okay, but what it does show is you turning around and then proceeding down the street before you observe her again at the apartment complex, correct?
I know.
Okay, well, you pre-trialed for this case, correct?
Yes,
And we reviewed video,
yes,
and you signed a disc upon watching it, correct?
yes,
And you signed a disc for your body worn camera, that was State's Exhibit 1.
yes,
Right, and then you watched Officer Larson's body on camera,
Yes.
right? And then I had both you and Officer Larson sign a disc, correct?
correct,
And that contained both the backseat video that you testified to on cross, as well as the front podium.
correct,
Okay, so despite what you just testified on cross, there is podium, it just doesn't show the violation of her failing to signal.
correct.
Any further questions for this
One
witness?
follow-up, my judge. A little confused here about the co-ban. Did you not testify on direct that when you activate the co-ban, it will record the prior 30 seconds?
Yes. So, yes,
Yes, okay, so you saw the violation and you activated it? So I think that's what you testified to, didn't you?
yes.
You activated when you saw the
To
violation.
my knowledge,
Well,
I'm trained to activate it when I see a violation. So,
okay, and you saw it and you activated it, right?
yes,
And you testified, once you activated, it would record the prior 30 seconds.
yes,
Okay, so on the co-ban, in fact, it does show the violation because it would have recorded the 30 seconds prior to that,
if that video exists, yes,
if that video exists.
yes,
Well, it did exist, did it not? You had a co-ban, did you not?
I do have a co-ban,
Okay, so it does exist. Somewhere, right?
should somewhere.
And it's not been produced showing that, it's not been brought forth to court, you don't have it?
I don't have.
Okay, thank you. Pass the witness.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused?
Actually, Judge, can I retract that one?
Sure.
Regarding this video, right, that should exist of the alleged traffic violation, do you intend to exfoliate that video?
No.
Okay, no further questions, Judge.
No, good.
All right, you may step down. All right, State, do you have another witness?
Yes, Judge, State calls Jordan Larson.
And State, is this your last witness?
Yes, Judge,
Okay,
and it will be brief.
no problem. And then after this, then we'll take up Hutland's client and then Mr. Castillon. Do you have witnesses?
I went up here by.
Is that the Jennifer Grubal? Okay.
I have another.
All right, no problem. And I've already reviewed everything with your case, so it'll be ready, and I've reviewed everything with your case. Could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record.
Name Jordan, Jordon, last name Larson, Larson.
All right, state you may proceed.
Mr. Larson, how are you presently employed?
First again,
How are you presently employed?
I'm an officer with the San Antonio Police Department,
How long have you been an officer with SAP?
7.5 years.
What have been your duties over those 7.5 years?
Routine patrol activities, responding to calls of service such as traffic accidents, family violences, theft of vehicles, anything in progress of shooting, cuttings.
Okay, what have been your assignments over the past 7.5 years?
Mainly with South Patrol.
Okay. Are you a certified peace officer?
I am,
How long have you been a certified peace officer?
during my entire employment with the all seven,
What is your current assignment?
South Patrol daylight,
What are the hours of that?
6 a.m. to 2 p.m.
What was your assignment on June 30th, 2025?
I was assigned to property crimes task force during the summer. It's a specialized task force that really phones in on looking for wanted persons, looking for traffic violations, any high intensity drug trafficking areas.
Okay, were you on duty on June 30th, 2025?
Yes, I was.
What were the hours of that shift on June 30th?
The hours that we had was 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. So we worked 10-hour shifts.
Okay, were you in uniform on June 30th, 2025?
Yes, I was.
Were you in a marked patrol unit?
Yes, I was.
Were you working alone or with somebody else?
I was with somebody else.
Who were you working with?
Officer Richard Vega.
Okay, and were y'all patrolling the South Patrol District?
Yes, we were.
Is that a high crime area?
Yes. It's,
What kind of crime is prevalent in the South Patrol District?
a lot of family violences and a lot of drug related offenses.
Are you familiar with the case under SAP 2025130992?
Yes, I am.
What case is that?
That case involved a traffic stop that we attempted on a female who was riding a bicycle. She was traveling southbound on Pleasanton Road at the intersection of West Gerald Avenue. The cyclist did not use a hand signal as she was turning onto West Gerald Avenue, so we attempted the traffic stop.
Okay, did you make contact with the individual in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you observe that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
What do you know that individual's name to be?
Mary Ann Castillo,
Can you please point to her and identify her by an article of clothing she's wearing?
blue short sleeve shirt.
For the record, the witnesses identify Ms. Castillo. You stated y'all were traveling on Pleasanton and West Gerald. Are those streets in Bear County, Texas?
Yes, they are.
What did y'all do after, I guess, you said you attempted to make her stop. Why are you using the word attempted?
We tried to make an initial stop on her, but we temporarily lost sight of her as she was going into an apartment complex near that intersection.
Okay, what did y'all do?
We continued further west on West Gerald Avenue. We were leaning towards letting it go and moving on to a different patrol area. We had made a U-turn to go eastbound back towards Pleasanton, but as we were going back toward that intersection, we saw Ms. Castillo come out of the apartment complex.
Okay, what did y'all do when you observed her?
We pulled the vehicle into the driveway of the apartment complex. We initiated the emergency lights on the patrol vehicle and we stepped out of the patrol vehicle so we could secure her.
And what did you do once you stepped out of the patrol vehicle?
Officer Vega was making the initial dialogue with her. I noticed she was kind of making small furtive movements as if she was trying to step away from us. I grabbed onto the bicycle just so she wouldn't get on it, laid it on the ground. We need to detain her by placing her in handcuffs due to her being uncooperative.
Okay, and did you ask for her identifying information?
Yes, we did.
Did she provide it?
Not at first.
Okay, what would you describe her demeanor as?
Very disruptive, very uncooperative, not willing to answer any of our questions. She kept questioning us as to why we were stopping her at just stopping her in general. Yes, she had asked me for a supervisor immediately before we dove further into why we stopped her. So just all in all, just not very cooperative.
Okay, but she did provide her name and date of birth, correct?
Yes, she did.
What did you do once you received that information?
I went back to the patrol vehicle, I got on the computer, I typed in her name and date of birth in our computer system. I also ran her information in a different computer system to see if she had any active warrants, and it turns out there was one municipal court warrant that I was able to find.
Okay, is it common practice for you to run information in two different systems?
Not all officers do that, but I personally tend to do that because one system allows me easier access to see if anybody has warrants, in my opinion.
Okay, and what are the names of these systems you utilized on June 30th, 2025?
The first one is the CAD system, it's computer aided dispatch, that's the more common system that we use on our computers. The other one, it's more of it's our mainframe system, but it's referred to as Tyler Odyssey. Tyler Odyssey was recently created to replace our old mainframe system.
Okay, when you ran her information, you stated you found a warrant, correct? What did you do at that time?
I'm sorry, say that again?
What did you do at that point?
I let Officer Vega know about the municipal court warrant, so I proceeded to send a message through the CAD system to the municipal court, so that way the warrant could be verified to make sure that it was active.
Okay. 1 second, please, Judge. At the front cover and the back seat. On one disc, both have watched and signed it. And then this is his one. Your Honor, this time state would move to admit would have been marked as exhibit 2 and 3.
All right, States Exhibit 2 and 3 is admitted without objection.
The Officer Larson, we're gonna start with States Exhibit 2. Now, y'all were paired up as a 2-man unit, correct?
Correct.
Who was the driver of the patrol unit?
Officer Vega was the driver, I was the front passenger.
Okay, how did y'all determine who's driver and who's passenger?
We didn't have any specific system, we just decided to, I was being the driver during the task force, but we just decided to switch it up to just stay fresh.
I'm gonna get States Exhibit 2 here now. With this traffic violation, y'all is, well, let me retract. You reviewed Coban in your video for this, in preparation for this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now in that Coban, does it show the traffic violation alleged, that, or, let me retract. Does the Coban video show the alleged violation of failing to signal?
I did not see the violation.
Do you know why that is?
It's possible that the violation had an out of camera view, but it's also possible that we had initiated the video at first, but once we lost sight of Ms. Castillo, we decided to turn the video off. But when we saw her come out of the apartment complex, we turned the video on again.
Okay, I apologize, officer, we're gonna start with Stacy. This is your body on camera, so you stated it's possible that it happened outside the camera, or it didn't get captured because it only goes 30 seconds back, is that correct?
It's possible that when we first turned on the camera, it may have had an out of camera view, but at the same time, because that video was initially turned off, we had to return it on again when we saw the defendant coming out of the apartment. So it's possible that short video was not attached to case number.
Okay, and who attaches cases or who tags videos with the SCPD case number?
That I'm not too sure, it might be Axon, which is the company that has right over the camera system.
Okay, so I guess my question is, after y'all make an arrest in your video, what's the process of it getting uploaded, I guess, to the cloud?
We'll take our body cameras off at the end of shift and we'll dock it into a docking station at our substation. So the videos will be uploaded and attached to that call for service number or the case number.
So y'all really don't have any involvement in the upload or download of videos after you dock the body worn, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay, and does SCP have like an IT department that deals with issues that arise?
They do,
Okay.
or we do.
Okay. So Plain States Exhibit 3. Can you tell me the date in the top right corner of this video?
June 30th, 2025, the time is 15:39 and 29 seconds. In layman's terms, it is 3:39 in the afternoon.
Okay, perfect. And Plains. I'm gonna direct your attention, officer, to the right-hand corner here by the stop sign. Can you see that? If it's too small, you might be able to see better on the big screen behind you.
West Gerald and Tabor,
Okay, so those are the streets.
correct.
Okay, what street is the patrol unit currently positioned on?
It appears it is positioned on Tabor,
Okay, and then the one running perpendicular, is that West Gerald?
correct. West Gerald runs east to west and Tabor runs north to south.
50 Plain States Exhibit 3. On the exhibit, what direction did we just observe the vehicle turn?
A left-hand turn heading
On which street?
on West Gerald.
Okay, resuming seats exhibit. Parking States exhibit, officer, this street that we see here, what street is that?
That is West Gerald Avenue.
Okay, and although we can't see it in this video, the street that ends up perpendicular this way, do you know what street that'll be?
That is Pleasanton Road,
Okay, and then the street that was behind here is which street?
West Gerald Avenue.
Well, that's the street in front of us right here, right, West Gerald? But the street y'all came from was which street?
Tabor.
Resuming seats exhibit.
Yeah, I'm not gonna I just told you, I'm not gonna do this.
How am I breaking it up?
We're gonna,
I don't have an ID.
okay, we're gonna,
Where's your ID?
okay, I will,
Where's your ID?
relax,
Where's your ID?
I will, if you want, if you want to do this.
The Parking States exhibit, officer, we just saw Ms. Castillo take steps, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you were referring to when you said she was making furtive movement?
Yes.
Okay, resuming, and what is a furtive movement?
Quick movement that would suggest evasiveness.
Okay, resuming seats exhibit.
Oh, you're supervising.
I'm not gonna
I'm
do
not
this.
gonna do anything, sir.
Okay, so all this, I don't call this supervisor. All this-
Well, no, no, no. Well, no, no.
When you, right here on the right turn, you didn't signal, and I got it on camera. If you wanna do this,
Show it to me.
okay, I will.
Okay, no, and I don't
Come
want
on,
to.
let's go.
I don't have to go with you.
I'm not gonna do
I don't have to
this.
go with you. I don't have to go with you. I don't have to go with
I'm
you.
not gonna do
I
this.
don't have to go. I don't have to go with you.
If
You don't have to
if
go.
you run, I'm
I'm not gonna run.
The Parking States exhibit, and what did we see Ms. Castillo doing shortly before I paused the video?
Walking backwards away from us.
Okay, and that's contrary to your directions, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Resuming seats exhibit.
Hey, relax.
Look, wow, don't touch me. Why are you?
I don't want to
You
do
don't have, you don't have the right. You don't have the right. You don't. What is? Why are you doing like that? Go
you look for resistance?
I'm not, what am I under arrest for? Causing state's exhibit, why did you tell Miss or ask Miss Castillo, do you want to go in for resisting?
I did, I said it so that way it would hopefully deter her from continuing to act the way that she was acting.
Okay, now what is resisting?
Not complying with orders or resisting arrest, trying to resist being detained by being placed in handcuffs.
And how do you determine whether someone is resisting?
If they are. How are they, by determining if someone is resisting, if they're not willing to comply, if they're not willing to follow orders, if they're not willing to listen to anything that police have to say to them.
Okay, and in this video, we can see Miss Castillo's arms and it looks almost as if she's stiffening the elbow. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes,
Is that what it felt like to you as well as you're trying to cover?
yes.
Okay, resuming state's exhibit.
I'm resisting for what? What am I under arrest for? I'm under arrest for. What am I under arrest for? What am I under arrest for? Girls, wait a minute. Why am I under arrest?
You never said you were under arrest.
Never said. Well, why are you taking?
Because you don't want to watch it.
I'm going to do it, but I don't know.
Yes,
Why
it's
are you-
everybody is sick.
Why am I under arrest? Why are you doing this? I'm ready, I'm not ready. I'm not even ready to up. Why are you listening to me?
I don't want you to wear it here. I don't want you to get, sorry, I don't want you to get wet out.
No, yes, worse people in there, eating stuff.
So what?
And what's it, come on?
What's your name in your room?
What, what on my break?
Let me get her.
What's going on my break?
I'll give you a chance, I'll let you go.
No, that's not enough, I didn't do that on purpose.
Go
I
ahead.
didn't take it off on purpose. I tried to look, I'm not eating it for it.
I know, okay, I don't blame you, I don't blame you, I'll walk you,
Why are you so forceful?
stop doing this.
Why are you talking to me like that?
Stop,
Why are you talking to me like that?
Stop.
Why are you treating? Why? And your camera on?
Yes,
And your camera on?
yes it is. Why, what is wrong
Why are
with
you
you?
treating me like this?
Resist me, will you?
Why are you? Why? I'm not gonna say nothing. No, I'm not gonna do anything wrong. My name is Mary Castillo, everything that I say.
Why is that so hard?
Why was that so hard?
Arian Castillo,
Yes,
what is your vertical?
February 25th, 1981.
Causing state's exhibit, so officer, is he going to the CAD and or Odyssey to run the information you receive?
Yes, it is.
Let's get forward a bit.
She doesn't have any. She has one.
Okay, causing state's exhibit, officer, what did you just tell Officer Vega?
That she had one MC,
And what is an NC?
municipal court warrant, but we commonly refer to them as an MC.
Okay, and once you determine that there may be a potential warrant, do y'all confirm whether that warrant is valid?
Yes,
How do y'all do that?
there is a feature on the CAD system that's a message system or a message icon. I can click on that message system and I can send a message to the municipal court at the magistrate's office. I will copy and paste the warrant returns into the message. And I will send it to the municipal court and ask them to verify if the warrant is good or not. If it is good, then we have enough good standing to carry out the arrest and take them to the magistrates to get that warrant taken care of.
Okay, so at this time that you discovered the municipal warrant, did y'all believe that you had probable cause to arrest these Castillo?
Yes, we did.
What was that decision based upon?
The fact that she has a warrant,
Okay, did y'all search Mr. Castillo?
not her person,
Why?
we do not search females, male officers do not search females. In general, that's one of our policies, we have to get a female officer out to do the female search.
Okay, so in this case, Mr. Castillo was requesting that a sergeant come to the scene, you recall that, correct?
Yes,
Did a sergeant end up showing up to the scene?
Yes,
Do you recall the name of that sergeant?
Amanda Delgado.
Okay, was Sergeant Delgado the one that also searched Miss Castillo?
Yes,
Okay, do you recall whether the backpack Miss Castillo had was searched?
Officer Vega searched it.
Do you recall whether there were any findings from that backpack?
There was a clear plastic baggie containing a white printable substance, a rather decent amount of it.
Okay, now, let's talk about generally with the process when suspected narcotics are found, do y'all call for somebody to come test?
I'm gonna object, this is beyond the motion. Suppression, the detention. Stop the detention and the search. He's established a right to search the vehicle. He's got a warrant, or to search her and her backpack. She's got a warrant, he's got a right to search. We don't need to keep going on and on and on.
Okay. All right. Any further questions?
No, they're great classes.
All right, defense, any questions?
Yeah.
Officer, did you actually see the violation yourself?
I do not remember seeing the violation.
Okay. Now, the code ban that we saw started at Tabor Street.
Correct.
Tabor is where y'all did the turnaround, right?
Yes.
Okay. Where is the code ban? I think you testified that the code ban might not have picked it up,
Correct.
or you'll activated it after the violation,
That is possible.
then you turned it off.
We turned it off initially because we had lost sight of her.
You turned it, she turned it into an apartment complex, and you turned it off, then you turned it again on at Tabor, right?
Yes.
Where's that first clip? And the other officer testified that when you activate the code ban, it will go back, the prior 30 seconds will then download to be recorded. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where is the video of the code ban of once y'all activated it and that 30 seconds it was recorded? Where is that?
I do not know.
Okay, the code ban, once you get back, you take your body cams, you turn them in. What happens to the code ban? How does that get transferred over to?
I'm not an IT professional, so I really couldn't give you a straight answer on
You have
that.
nothing to do with that.
No,
Okay. So you obviously did not review the code ban of the stop because it's not there. Right?
the initial
The initial reason for stop.
reason for stop was not reviewable because it wasn't there.
Right, and you testified now, you don't recall whether you actually saw the violation yourself or not.
Well, Officer Vegas saw the violation.
You see it.
I did not.
That's all I have, thank you.
Any further questions?
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, from the state judge.
Excuse counsel?
I have no questions, Judge. You mentioned.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Any other witnesses?
No, Judge, not from the state.
Defense has no witnesses.
All right, I'm gonna let you all formulate your arguments mentally. While y'all are doing that, I'm gonna take up the plea that Ms. Hetland has. All right, the court is calling 2026 CR 0000698 State versus John Glover. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Brandon Prayer for the state.
Defense?
Valerie Headland for John Glover.
And are you Mr. Glover?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all discovery? Did you review it with your client?
Yes.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Glover, did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented? It appears that you're proceeding on the lesser included offense of assault bodily injury as a class A misdemeanor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
Any objections?
No.
Did you review the court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the state is proceeding on the less included offense of assault bodily injury as a class A misdemeanor. Range of punishment is up to 1 year in the Bexar County Jail and up to a $4,000 fine. If you have a plea with the state, the court does not have to follow the plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. You have a right to a jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent. By entering this plea, you're giving up those rights. Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, he has.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Mr. Glover, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Ms. Boyd.
Anyone promise you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Definitely.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, by entering this plea, you will be deported, denied naturalization, and reentry. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. And I'm so sorry, so that the record can be clear, the state is proceeding only on paragraph B, and they're proceeding on the lesser included offensive assault under paragraph B. Is that correct, counsel?
Yes, it is.
All right, did you review the plea bargain agreement with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, the state is proceeding on count 1, paragraph B, the lesser included offense of assault bodily injury. Punishment is to be assessed at 206 days in the Bexar County Jail. There's a $0 fine, no applications. Did you understand that to be your plea?
Yeah, ma'am.
Defense state,
It is, Judge.
Yes, Judge.
did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, I did.
All right, by signing that, you're waiving your right to appeal. The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Counsel, any such motions?
No.
Then to the offense, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Contest, ma'am.
State any evidence.
Judge, we're up to state exhibit number 1, including all attachments.
No objection.
All right, did you review, state you may be excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Did you review the waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, I did.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. Court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, please.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Judge, he's been patiently waiting in Bexar County Jail. I think the incident speaks for itself. There's evidence. The reason that the bird cap was reduced was because he was invited over to the residence and he didn't break the threshold. So that's how we've negotiated. We've worked on this, and he lost his dad 2 weeks ago, so he's very eager to, or your grandfather, and very eager to get out and help his family. So we're asking that you follow the plea.
I'm sorry to hear that. All right, the court is going to find you guilty, sentence you to 206 days in the Bexar County Jail, give you credit for any time served. There's a $0 fine. There's to be no contact with Kevin Antoine. And is this a judgment satisfied?
Yes.
All right, and the court will find that the judgment is satisfied. They'll probably release you sometime after midnight. I have no control over when people are released. That's strictly the Bexar County Jail. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
You're welcome. Equivalent right? Right. Where is equivalent right? He's on page 1. Okay. Azizullah,
Yeah.
who's Aziz? Come down, please. So then I'll hear you all's argument. So it really is whether or not she signaled or did not signal. Because everything else that comes after the signaling, the searching of the backpack, it was search incident to arrest.
I believe that's absolutely correct.
All right, so let's hear the argument about the stop. Oh, y'all can remain seated. It's easier for the court reporter to hear and me to hear.
We've got an officer, a young new officer that testified. He testified to the best of his knowledge, the best of his memory. He did not review anything. This is a year ago. I'm sure he's gone through a lot of things since then. There is a co-ban that apparently was there at some point in time. Both officers testified that it was turned on. It's not produced. I don't know whether the police didn't turn it over to the DA or they destroyed it. I don't know what. That would have corroborated what he said. I think there's plenty of stuff to corroborate him that's not there. I don't think taking this, what he said, based upon his testimony, which he didn't even corroborate himself, is enough when it's corroborated stuff that wasn't presented. And the other officer said, I didn't see it. It might have happened, I didn't see it. He didn't corroborate his testimony. I don't think giving that credit, that officer credit as being credible when there's other things that corroborated it is, I don't think we should do that. I think the police should be held to a higher standard than that. And again, the other officer didn't corroborate him. There was a video that both of them testified to that wasn't there, wasn't produced, wasn't shown, wasn't even reviewed by these officers. I'm going to ask you to grant the motion as far as the stop.
All right, and state.
Judge, we ask you to deny defense's motion to suppress based on the lack of reasonable suspicion. Testimony, as the court knows, is evidence in addition to video. These items are to be taken and considered together. So while undoubtedly, and the state will concede that the presentation and publishing of this co-ban that shows a traffic violation would provide undisputable evidence of whether or not Ms. Castillo did or did not signal, the court is allowed to consider the testimony of the officers as to his observations of what he saw. Because of that, Judge, we'd ask that you deny their motion. However, if the court does find that there is an issue of fact raised by the testimony and evidence in this case, we would urge that the remedy would not just be suppression. It would be a 3823 instruction allowing the trier of fact, in this case, so a jury, to be the decider of whether or not they believe that there is reasonable suspicion. The non-existence of this video, Judge, would go to the weight of the evidence in this case, not to the admissibility of this case. We would submit further to the court that if the court finds that there is not reasonable suspicion, that there is sufficient attenuation between alleged unconstitutional acts of the police. So here it's stopping without reasonable suspicion if the court were to find that in the discovery of the alleged substance, because there's that independent municipal court warrant. So we would just urge that you deny.
All right, this is the court's finding. Number one, the court is going to find that the officer was credible. And therefore, Ms. Castillo, the officer testified that you failed to use the appropriate hand signal when riding your bicycle. The officer then detained you for purposes of identification. Once the officer received your identification and ran your name, it was discovered that you had a municipal court warrant. The officers testified that he checked to see if that municipal court warrant was still a valid warrant. It was valid. And then once the warrant was deemed to be valid, then your bag was searched. And that's where the alleged controlled substance was alleged to be found. So the court is going to deny the motion to suppress. All right. Hi, I have former student. Hi, tell us, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
All right, come up, how's life treating you?
All right, I just flew back in, from DC, so I wanted to come by. I was just coming downtown. And I just appreciated the phone call that you gave me last year when everything was happening. It was pretty funny too, because not long after that, I saw your clips on Twitter, for some of like the, like judgments and stuff from your cases. So,
And see, this is what's so funny about it. I don't even have a Twitter account. I'm so not tech savvy. The only thing I really have is a Facebook. And then somebody told someone who knows me, they're like, there's a Facebook account and I don't think it's you. And I said, oh, let me see. And I'm like, oh, that's not me.
yeah,
So I have a Facebook account that's not me. And somebody told me, oh, this is what you do. So did what they said, send this to, I don't know, the universe of Facebook and say, that's not my account. And then I think somebody told me there's a YouTube channel and they're like, it has your name on it. I'm like, that's not me. The only YouTube channel I have is this one.
I
Yeah.
see one that's not you. It's, I mean, it's clearly not you, but she looks like you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not me.
yeah, which I just thought was so funny. I couldn't believe it. I was like, so I went viral and then my teachers are going viral. And yeah, so it was so insane, but I'm glad to be back,
Yeah.
you know, from DC. It's just, I came back because it was the week of my birthday.
Yeah.
So I was like,
So how are you enjoying DC?
it's been all right. It started the political like pressure and the environment's like really cranking up and everything. So it's a little bit tiring. I'm thinking I'm probably gonna change jobs soon, like the Pentagon, just like get some different experience.
Okay.
But it's been really good overall, like a lot of really, you know, positive developments and stuff I've been able to work on.
Well, I'm glad. You know, I always tell everybody, every stage of your life, you should be learning something. And hopefully that's something you can always take with you and say, that was a great experience because I learned this or I learned that.
Yeah. No, and it's crazy because I still think about federal election law and all the stuff that you taught all the time.
Yeah.
And again, I've been shocked by like how useful that was and just the stuff that I've kind of done with campaigns and kind of just going.
Shocking.
I know.
By not the knowledge that I'm imparting. But no, it's, and I will tell you, because I'm teaching a course, campaign and election law coming up. And I always tell them, you should pull out the election codes because some of the things that are in there, you would say, I had no idea. Like people had no idea that at high schools, they're supposed to have elections. You know, it doesn't count towards the presidential election and everything, but they're supposed to have it, but nobody does it.
Yeah.
So.
No, yeah, that's crazy for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, so glad to be back. Still keeping up with Johnny and everything.
Yes, I want to tell Johnny I saw you today.
Yeah, and he's of course always great. And still like seeing a lot of the same friends, you know, that I met like my law courses at UTSA. Still coming back to visit campus and everything.
Go Birds, I learned that.
I know, I'm so excited, and I got my best friend with me here too. He's finally going to UTSA. So he's also from Austin.
Hello, hello.
Grew up in the same area.
Hello.
Awesome. So are you what are your plans?
I'm an electrical engineering student at UTSA.
Oh, wow.
I quit my job in biotech to finish my degree, so
I would never,
I'm just happy to be a part of the birds.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So we got him to move up here and everything, so he's been doing well with it, making some good grades, yeah.
Yeah. Well, come down whenever you have a chance. You know, I'm here. I'll be here till January.
Oh, are you going somewhere? Or?
Oh, I didn't win re-election. So
no.
Oh no, yeah, but it's fine. You know, I always say that there's always a you know, there's a new journey.
Yeah.
So everything is great. So I'm happy.
What are you planning after?
Oh, we'll see where God takes me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, that makes me so sad though.
Oh, thank you. But it'll be fine.
Yeah.
But oh, that sounds great. But I will tell you, I give all of my students my cell number, so you can give them my cell number. You guys can still text me if you need anything or have any questions about anything.
Yeah, we'll do. And so is your last day, like you said it was like in the fall or?
Yeah, it's January 1st, but I'm not going to be here January 1st because I like to give everybody Christmas breaks. So I'll probably be here. Last full docket will probably be like December 18th or so, but I'll be around to take up any matters that other attorneys have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, and sometimes I'll still like pull up your channel and I'll show people like the headquarters and the government. I'm like, that's my teacher.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Are you still teaching also?
Yes. So I just finished this semester with trial advocacy and appellate law. And
Okay.
so then it'll be campaign and election law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the best one.
But awesome. You know what? And I'm gonna have to
Oh,
have you come speak to my class one day.
sure. Yeah, I'll do so.
That'll be awesome. And of course, you can do it by Zoom.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I'm still planning to go to law school after this. Obviously, like, I'm kind of still, riding the wave of, being an appointee. But, yeah, still planning to come back to Austin. I don't like DC long term.
Yeah.
So.
So, well, don't be a stranger. And I'm gonna tell Johnny, you came down.
Will do. No, I appreciate it and the time. And again, thanks for like the call last year. It actually helped a lot. Appreciate it.
Yeah, because sometimes people are hitting you left and right, and it's people who don't even know you,
Yeah.
But yeah, awesome. Hey, you got a good mentor. All right. Have a good one, guys.
All right.
Nice meeting you too.
Seeing you, Judge.
Have a good one. All right, on merchants.
Thank you.
All right, the court is calling 2025 CR 0113009C and 2025 CR 0113111A State versus Lincoln Mertens. Can I have parties announced?
Brandon Brennan for the state. Orlando Gastino for defense.
All right, thank you. All right, you entered a plea in each of these cause numbers to aggravated robbery. According to your plea bargain agreement, punishments be assessed at a cap of 10 years in the prison. The state opposes your application for deferred adjudication. These cases will run concurrently. And it's also to run concurrent with 2025 CC 0097993, 2025 CC 0099791. And they're going to take into consideration 2025 CR 0113110A. All right. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report and TAP evaluation?
I have not, Judge. Defense has.
Any objections?
I don't have any objections.
State, do you have any witnesses?
No witnesses, Judge, this argument.
Defense, do you have any
We
witnesses?
do, Judge. We would call Jennifer,
Grubauer.
I think that's her maiden name.
Okay.
Is she on Zoom, Judge?
Yes, she is. All right,
Hold on, Judge, she can't hear you.
okay. Ms. Screwball, could you unmute for me, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Could you start your video?
There you go. Good,
All right,
good
thank you.
afternoon.
All right. Any objections to the witness appearing by Zoom, State?
None from defense, Judge.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Please state your name for the record.
Jennifer Grubau, I'm Lincoln's mom.
All right, and Sydney? All right, defense, you may proceed.
Jennifer, you said you're Lincoln's mother.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about Lincoln, his life growing up?
So it was just me and the kids.
When you say
Growing
kids, how
up,
many kids are there?
there are 5 children, in which he is the baby child out of all 5. It was mostly just me and them. Growing up, we didn't have help. It was pretty rough.
Where was Lincoln's father?
Prison.
Okay. And so
He
continue.
he was in and out of his life. Lincoln was 1 the first time, and then he got back out when he was 4. And unfortunately, his dad had a drug addiction, so it was a continuous cycle of in and out, in and out. Then he was finally gone for a good 6 years, up until like 2021, 2020, 2021. It's somewhere in there. I want to say 2021. And we
And
let
how
him
old
come
is
back.
Lincoln right now?
I'm sorry?
How old is Lincoln right now?
Lincoln is 19.
And he turned 19 while in Bear County.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you were saying that father was in and out and came back sometime. About how old was Lincoln when his father came back out of prison?
He's been like 14, 15 years old.
Okay. During that time, I guess, prior to that, I should say, what was his life like? Were you doing well for yourself?
Yes. Yes, we were maintaining it. Like I said, it was just the 6 of us. It was great. It was rough, definitely tough. We had to live in some not so desirable neighborhoods, but we had each other.
Okay. And so Lincoln's father came back out of prison, and then what happened?
He was good the first. I allowed him back in our life for what reason I'll never be able to explain that, okay? But I let him back in his life, and Lincoln was at such an impressionable age, and he had always wanted a dad. Like when he was small, he told me, when I grow up, I want to be a dad because I don't have one. So when he presented that wonderful picture to me, I let him come back in his life. And during that time, he gave my child acid.
How old was he?
He was 15. And that was the beginning of my son's drug addiction. And then he also tried to, I'm sorry?
Would you be surprised that maybe it was even earlier than 15? Could have been possibly 14.
It could have been.
Okay. But he
That's just what I found out.
Okay. And so Lincoln's father introduced him to acid as a teenager?
Yes.
Okay. Did Lincoln's father remain in his life?
Not consistently. We split. We're divorced. He didn't go consistently, or he wasn't in there consistently. He was kind of in and out, kind of around, kind of not. He was clearly on substances when he was coming back around. Lincoln was probably about 15, 16 at that point.
Did Lincoln, I guess, get put in any type of bad situations because of his father?
Yes, there was one time, I know he asked his son to help him do some things he shouldn't have been doing. And then there was another time that he came with one of his girlfriends to the house to pick up my son. Lincoln was in the back seat, and he picked up a meth pipe and started smoking it in front of him.
Was there ever a time that I guess Lincoln lived with his father?
No,
Was there ever a time, I guess, that he was introduced to one of Lincoln's father's girlfriends?
yes.
What was that situation? I think you explained a little bit to me before.
That would be a which one? There was a time where took the kids and moved them in with a drug addicted prostitute, but they were small when that happened. Lincoln was maybe, I want to say 4 or 5. It was shortly after, or maybe he was 6, somewhere around that age, 4 to 6.
And so he took Lincoln from you? How did that happen?
That was just a big old mess. He thought he was God and he just let us do whatever. I had to steal my kids back.
And so he was introducing his girlfriend as who to Lincoln?
Mom.
He was having Lincoln call her mother?
It was not just Lincoln, everybody.
So Lincoln obviously was introduced to some really bad things by his father, but Lincoln's gone through some troubles, right?
Yes, he had a little bit of trouble. And I honestly feel like if I didn't let that man back in his life, that Lincoln would be okay.
Well, fast forward, he's an adult now, and obviously been charged, and he's pled guilty to 2 counts of robbery, aggravated robbery. What was going on when that happened?
He was strung out on cocaine. He was prior to this, he was working, he had a baby on the way, he was doing really well. And then he just picked up on cocaine, I guess, and it was like, it was bad. He was trying to hide it from me to where I'd hardly see him at first. But then one day I saw him and I told him, I said, hey, look, I said, I can get you into rehab. He said, I'll let you know. Like he wasn't ready.
And then that was shortly before he got arrested for this, right?
Yes, it was like literally like 2 days, maybe.
You're aware that he's applied for deferred adjudication? Right?
Yes.
You're also aware that he could get sentenced to up to 10 years in prison, right?
Yes.
What's going on with Lincoln now that you think, and obviously he's been in custody this entire time, right?
Yes.
And he's not made bond, right?
No.
But have you had time to speak with Lincoln while he's been in custody?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts in regards to Lincoln now as to where Lincoln was almost a year ago?
Lincoln was not in a clear state of mind a year ago. Now he's had time. His daughter was born with him in there. He has expressed to me that he doesn't want his little girl to hate him the way my daughters hate their father. He doesn't want to do that to them. He is very remorseful.
How old is his little girl?
She's 6 months old.
Has he ever gotten a chance to meet her in person?
He's never met her. He's only seen her pictures and on video chat.
And she was born, I guess, while he was in custody.
Yes.
Do you think him having become a father is going to have an effect on whether he would comply with community supervision?
Actually, yes. He told me that he doesn't want any of those old friends around. He wants to be a father. He wants to work. He wants to provide for his family. And I told him since a very young age, you have a baby, you're going to take care of your baby. I fully have faith in him.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell this court in regards to Lincoln?
I feel that addiction was a huge factor, as well as some of the people that have been in his life, including his own father, which led up to this kind of behavior. I do see remorse when I speak to my son. I do hear the love he has for his daughter, and I do have 100% faith in him that he can and will be a productive member of society and take care of his family.
Now, we talked a little bit about addiction, and we spoke. What are your thoughts in regards to him needing some type of drug treatment?
I feel that addiction is a disease. So if he is deferred or able to be on the deferred, I believe a drug treatment program is necessary so he can figure out why he was using and continue to use. Addicts usually use to cover up mental health issues or some kind of trauma or something like that. So once he finds the root cause, he can know what to do to prevent it in the future.
I passed the.
No questions.
I have no further questions from this witness.
All right, you may call your next witness.
I call Alexis. I'm sorry, Alexandra Tristan.
You're back again. I'll be careful. Mr. Martins, back again.
Hello. Hi, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
My name is Alexandra Tristan.
All right,
All right. Ms. Tristan, how old are you?
I am 19.
Okay, you look pretty young.
Yes.
Are you and Lincoln the same age?
Basically, yeah.
Okay. And how do you know Lincoln?
I met him in 2024. I met him through my friend.
Okay. And what's your relationship with Lincoln?
Mom and dad.
Okay. Do y'all currently have a child together?
Yes.
How old is your baby?
My
Okay. And are you hoping that he can be able to care for your child? What was going on, I guess, right when he was arrested?
Well, got arrested 3 days after my birthday. And well, like I could say like probably like 2 or 3 months before he got arrested, that's when I noticed he had an addiction to cocaine. And I would tell him like, you need to like stop, it's not okay, like, but I couldn't control him, so I just, after telling him so much, I let him be. And on my birthday, I remember, I don't know, but he went and he was like, it's the last time I'm gonna do this and that. And on my birthday, I thought he was gonna spend the day with me, but he didn't. He ended up staying home, and I went to my family's house, and like I was upset with him because like I felt like he took that over me, and I was pregnant at the time. And well, like I kind of like stayed away because I wanted him to come to me. Like I knew if he was with me, like if he wasn't around his friends, if he wasn't around me, that like he was just like home, like he would be too, like he wouldn't want to go out and do drugs.
Let me ask you a little bit. I guess if you were on community supervision, would he be living with you or with his mother? Okay, y'all would both be living with his mother. Okay. Does mom help you with the child?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Right now, my family help. Like, well, I work over there by them now, so I've been staying over there.
Okay. Are you hoping that he's able to help raise this child?
Our baby, he's a good person. I know everything is unfortunate. I know what he's thinking for is very bad, but like Lincoln is not that type of person. He's a good person. He's a hardworking man. He's really like, I know I can only say, but like I've seen him do it before. I've seen him get better before. When I met him, he got out of juvenile and he finished his probation. He was clean, never failed a drug test. Like I know he can do it if he's given the opportunity.
Do you think that having a child is going to help him stay clean?
I know.
Why's that?
Like before we had a baby, before we like when we first met, he would always tell him how he wanted his dad wanted to just have a kid and take care of him because we don't come from like we don't have fathers. So
You don't either.
my dad is in jail.
Okay. We'll pass the witness.
So you're saying that, is it the 6-month-old boy, girl? It's a girl? Okay, God bless. So she's taken care of right now, right?
I just know, like, I just want her to know me. I don't like to care. He went to jail, and like 2 days after that, I felt him move from my bed. I didn't have him there, and like people always, he's like, don't know. I was with him. And I just haven't had him, and I didn't have him the whole time. I wanted to be there for this.
No further questions. Pass witness.
I have no further questions. We're very good.
All right, thank you for coming down and giving me some insight. Any other witnesses?
Yes, Judge, I believe Mr. Mertens would like to speak.
All right. All right, so if you want to speak, what that means is that you will be subjected to cross-examination. So that means that the state will have a chance to ask you questions. You understand?
Yes.
So do you still wish to speak? All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Mertens.
All right, defense, you may proceed.
Lincoln, how old are you?
19.
19 years old. What's your education level like? And I'll need you to speak up.
27th grade, maybe 8th grade.
Okay, and you obviously heard your mom speak a little bit about your father. Is there anything you'd like to add about your upbringing that maybe your mother may have missed on?
When my dad got in jail, he introduced me to crime. He was a father figure I had. He was crime. That's just who I looked up to. It's just father figure I had. He was my mother. So when he got out, I was hanging around with him. He was committing crimes, doing drugs.
How old were you when he got out? He also got out, I guess, when you're about 4 or 6. Is that right? And do you recall living with him and a prostitute?
The art sheet.
What was that like? That experience? Did it have an effect on
There was
you
a lot of weird people around.
when you were young? How old were you when you were witnessing that? Did you know what was going on? You just knew that they were smoking? How do you think that affected your path in life?
That's all I see growing up.
Now you've had some, problems yourself as a juvenile, right? Now you're an adult, committed similar crimes, breaking into cars, right? And you acknowledge that you had a weapon that day, right?
Yes.
Where'd that weapon come from?
One of the cars.
So you're breaking into cars and you found a weapon.
Yes.
One of these individuals said that he was trying to stop you from breaking into the car, right? What were your intentions?
That time I was just breaking into the truck. People introduced me to it. It's just easy. I wasn't trying to harm people. I wasn't trying to rob people. I was breaking into the car. Just go into the car, take stuff. I wasn't acting aggressive when I was talking to you guys. What I told him was I was trying to get the keys out of the car. My mom left me. I wasn't trying to be aggressive.
Well, he did say that you sound like you threatened him, right?
I didn't.
Well, so let's be a little fair here. Had you been using drugs? How much? And
I used about 5 grams. I was up for 3 days straight. Not eating.
and we didn't provide the court with the picture, but you saw pictures of yourself from that day. You saw video of yourself from that day, right?
Yes.
How would you describe yourself?
I did look like a crackhead. Like I came right off the street, looked like a homeless person. My teeth were all bloody and was on drugs really bad. Look back at that.
Was your hair?
My hair was crazy. Look back at that, I regret everything. Everyone looked at
How do you feel towards these people that y'all stole from?
I feel sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. You're scared. I didn't have any problem. Just happened so fast. I'm sorry. They were here right now. I'm sorry myself.
What have you learned while you've been in custody? How long have you been in custody?
A year. Incarcerated for a year.
Since June? Is that when it is?
June 26th.
So it's almost a year.
Yeah, about a year.
And while you've been in there, you had a lot of time to reflect. And what is it you want to do with your life?
Get out. Really never been telling my mom that I was in high school, come on, living out of it. No, I have to show her nothing but bad, I'm a bad person. And I just wanna show her that I'm a better person, that if this is really changing me. That I wanna get my high school diploma, get a job, I wanna show her that I can do better. Pay off my tickets, get a license, I wanna live like a regular person, regular woman. I don't
Now-
wanna do crime, I don't wanna do drugs. I just wanna be there for my daughter.
Now, you've obviously been in custody, so you haven't gone on any type of drug treatment, have you?
No.
What do you think about drug treatment?
I think it'd be amazing to go to drug treatment, just learn anything about drugs. Just never want to do drugs. I'd be constant just treatment.
You think it'd be nice?
Yeah, it'd be definitely helpful.
Helpful, okay. Is there anything that you feel like you want to tell the court?
Yes,
What's that?
this, drugs were bad.
You need to look at the court. I mean, you're obviously talking to the judge.
I was on drugs really bad. I was in a state of mind. Around the wrong crowd. I have a daughter to live for now. I have somebody to go home to. I have something to keep me out of trouble. I just want to be a father to her. I want to love her. I want to give her the world. I just want to be there for her.
You
Be
know,
there for my girlfriend.
but you know, when people say they're hanging around with the wrong crowd, you know what ends up happening? If the crowd were to come in here, they would tell me they were hanging around with the wrong crowd. And if I asked them, well, who are these people in the wrong crowd? They would probably give me your name. Because a lot of people will say, I was just hanging around with the wrong crowd. And everybody's doing wrong. You understand? Any questions?
Pass the witness, Judge.
Questions?
Let me ask you. June 26th was a bad day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
How did it start?
So I was working on my car. My friend said, want to go out,
Who's your friend?
It was Adrian and
Okay.
yeah, and I told him, I said, no, I don't want to go out. I just want to finish working on my car. And I stayed under my car and pulled up in front of the house. I went out. And I was already on drugs for 2 days prior to that. Working on my car, I was up for 2 days straight.
What kind of drugs are you on, man?
I was on cocaine. And methamphetamine.
All right. All right, keep going, man.
We went out. I wasn't thinking, I was just trying to make money to fix my car. It was just, it's hard.
What do you mean it all happened so fast? Like you jumped in the car, y'all went to the floor in the court first, right?
We just went, we're breaking these drugs, backing out.
This is when. This is at like 7:10, 7:20 in the morning, right? Okay, so 7:20 in the morning was when the floor in the court thing went down. What happened after that?
I was going home. I went home.
Where's home at?
Home is at my mom's house.
Okay.
I went home. Went there and they separated. Separated from me. Now I went to his house. When I went to his house, I was surrounded by a bunch of cops and stuff.
And by him, what do you mean? Who's him? Who's him?
My co-defendant.
Who's your co-defendant? What name, man? Adrian? Okay. So. You weren't at the HEB over in Madiran 1604?
We went a lot of places.
Okay. How many places did you go to that day?
A lot.
How many cars did you hit? Okay, are we talking like 5, 6, 7 dozen?
Myself, I probably did like 3.
3? Okay. How many did your co-defendants do? Okay, like give me an estimate. Yes.
10.
10. So you hit about like 13 cars between the 3 of y'all.
Yeah.
Okay, and you were with them this whole time they were hitting cars. Okay. And you didn't think for a moment, maybe we need to like cut, stop? When did you think
But
that?
I didn't really think about that. I was just really bad state of mind. I was just want to keep going. I was already finding stuff at the time. And I was on drugs at the point. I just kept going. I should never went out.
Okay. At the floor in the court, who pulled the gun? At the floor of the court, you pulled the gun? Okay, that's when the guy he caught y'all and you were like, try it, motherfucker.
I happened where he ran out, he had a bunch of stuff in his hand. He was running really aggressively. I'm not trying to play victim, I'm not a victim. I'm not trying to play, I'm not trying to be, you know. He had a bunch of stuff in his hand, threw it all out of his hand and running at me aggressively. So I felt like he was gonna hit me. The only reason why I felt like is because I felt like he was gonna hit me.
Do you think that's kind of justified? Cause you were breaking into his
I know I
truck,
was in
bro.
the wrong. I know. I
Yeah.
deserve,
Okay.
I would have deserved it. It's just,
Are you surprised that this is an aggravated robbery?
No.
What do you think this was?
I was thinking it was really very nice to do it.
Okay.
I didn't think I was robbing people. I wasn't intentionally robbing people.
But when you were confronted, you pulled it down, we're like, trying to fuck her.
I was aggressive. He was being aggressive. You can see my video footage running at.
Okay.
That's the way I see it.
So, what are your drugs? I think expensive, right? How much is it? That's about the number. You'll be able to keep that and take care of the labor, bro? Is that because you've been in jail the whole time?
I've been on these stops for this stuff. I need to go to rehab. I did tell my mom that I want to go to rehab. Sort of like, I was just ready to go to. I'm like, I feel that fun. We just felt addicted. Doing and doing and doing. I felt it. I felt bad. I felt bad. That's why I did. I'll go to the garage when I was doing it. I wouldn't be around. I wouldn't be around there. I wouldn't be around my mom. I'd be hiding from them because I was the same with it. But I had so bad. I fixed it.
So it sounds like mama was telling you, you need to kick the habit. And then girlfriend's telling you, you need to kick the habit, right? Okay, but what ultimately helped you kick the habit?
Being sober. I got sober. And I look back at myself. I look back at
Now, when and where were you when you made the decision to be sober? When you got pockets. After you're 26, pulling the core, did about 13 or so cars. You're driving back to Weston, right? Westwoods? Okay, okay. Were you in a stolen vehicle at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And I think there was like a little bit of a chase there, right? Were there cops trying to stop you? Did you stop?
Yeah, I ended up stopping. I did run a little while. And then I ended up stopping because I noticed I had a on me. I ended up stopping and surrendering.
Is that when you dished the gun? Is that the gun that you found in the cars?
Yeah,
Is that the gun that you were using to threaten that guy that was run up on you? Oh, so there were two guns. Okay, so you had the gun that you got from the cars.
I know what happened.
Okay, and the gun that you got afterwards. Okay, so there were two guns? Okay. You broke into 13 cars, so you ended up with 13 people's lives. What would you say to them?
I wasn't really. They were all even out.
About, they were talking, I was talking about your juvie stuff. Did you get pop for UUV and regular vehicles from the juvie?
Not very easy.
The lawful use? Okay. So it's in your first rodeo, is part. Okay. That's been good. I'll pass on this.
All right, any further questions?
No, Judge.
All right, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think in the stipulations, did it say they were connected to 18 burglary vehicles or just 13?
Just by me, I have a printout of some of the simulations from here.
I think there were some that I had noticed in the reports they couldn't necessarily identify as being
I think they were suspected,
right.
but there were two confirmed incidents.
There's, and it being San Antonio, we have no idea as to.
Yeah.
But I think he's been forthcoming and see how many he actually thought they in total were involved in.
All right. So I've heard all of the evidence that's been presented. I've reviewed the stipulations. And I want you to know that I do keep an open mind about everything, and I take in consideration everything that is presented to me. And, you know, it's regretful that your father was allowed back in your life. That you were subjected to certain things as a child that you should not be subjected to. You know, that's your parents' fault. But I'm considering your age. But when you read the stipulations for this, the fact that you all were breaking into somebody's vehicle and then that person comes along and, you know, just, hey, what are y'all doing? Leave my vehicle alone. And then they get a gun pointed at them. That's not good. You understand? All right. So in each cause number, the court is going to deny your applications. The court is going to find you guilty. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. The court will give you credit for any time served. Each case will run concurrently, and it also will run concurrently with 2025 CC 009793 and 2025 CC 009791. Taking consideration 2025 CR 0113110A. There's to be no contact with Adrian Hernandez or Oscar Carvajal Jr. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. The court will request the therapeutic community. Therapeutic community does not increase the time that you are in custody. It's really designed to help rehabilitate you. And I'll put in the judgment, the therapeutic community is for mental health as well as drug addiction. Now, I do not have jurisdiction to force them to place you in that program, but they're going to see in the judgment that I think it's appropriate for you to be in the program, and you will have to request it as well. If you don't request it, they definitely will not consider you. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. In each cause number, the court will sentence you to 8 years in the prison. Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal in each of these cause numbers? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Because these are plea bargain agreements, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because these are felony convictions, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what that is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right. So we can go off the record. Here's the thing. Have I spent time in prison? No. And I know this is probably hitting you hard right now, but just know this is not the end of your life, right? You can still do great things. You can still be in your child's life, but you're going to have to make some changes and make sure that you stay on the path to, I'm getting my GED at the prison. Guess what? You can get your GED. You can get a college degree. You can get a trade. And people that I've represented before as a defense attorney, I always tell them the best trade that they can get, because you always need people. Welding. You always need a welder. And your attorney will tell you welding pays great money. you can really support a family on that. So just make sure you keep your head down and that you work on yourself, getting your degrees, taking your parenting classes, and realize when you're released from prison, maybe she's going to wait for you, maybe not. But regardless of whether she waits for you or not, you still have your daughter. Okay? All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge.
And thank you. Who's here on Charles Atwell? All right, court is calling 2025 CR 013125 State versus Charles Atwell. Can I have parties announced?
It's Fernando Cortez from Mr. Atwell.
And are you Mr. Atwell?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you entered a plea of guilty to count 2, counts 1, and the enhancements were waived without objection. According to your plea bargaining agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 7 years in the prison. The state is opposed to your application, and there's to be a $1,200 fine. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report?
Yes, sir.
And the mental health screening?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections to either of those?
None from the thing.
All right, any witnesses? Any witnesses?
None from the.
All right, then the court will hear argument. State you're opposed?
Yes, Judge, stems from Mr. Atwell's criminal history. Mr. Atwell has engaged with the criminal justice system quite a bit. He has convictions for drug cases, so that is obviously an issue for him. However, our issue stems from the fact that Mr. Atwell has been given one chance at probation. It was a federal probation. When he was given that chance, he did have 2 violations and subsequently was revoked and sentenced. That was most recently in 2018. But prior to that, he had 2 convictions on drug cases where he did 3 years in TC. In reviewing the PSI, Judge, Mr. Atwell minimizes his responsibility. He conflicts with the stipulations that he agreed to and that the court has knowledge of. He states that the vehicle wasn't his, therefore he was not aware of the narcotics. However, that conflicts with what happened on this scene. Judge, I don't think he would be a good candidate for probation, nor do I think he's worthy of it. He is a habitual offender and continues to make choices that place him into this position that allow him to be criminalizing himself by using drugs and abusing drugs, and as well as the community he's admitted to selling in the past. So because of that, I would ask that you deny his applications and sentence him to 7 years.
Defense.
Judge, I know that's gonna sound a little crazy, but I'm kind of along with the state to just because of his drug past and this report, none of it involved any violence, at least I can say that. He's got a drug problem and obviously a problem selling drugs, using drugs. I don't know that he'd be that great on probation, quite frankly, based on all of that, that's in that report. If the court were to grant him that, certainly Mr. Atwell has mental health issues and mental health initiative is recommended for him. I think that he's sufficiently motivated for it because this gentleman just, he cannot tolerate being in custody without constant phone calls, constant communication. I know that he doesn't want to be in jail, and that is probably the biggest motivator for him. I don't know that the motivation would be to clean up and all that. I think the motivation would be jail. But if he is able to stay clean, for motivated by not coming to jail and complies, that's what he needs to do. Stay away from drugs and don't pick up any more offenses. I think he's properly motivated, but I don't know that the report and all that kind of shows us that. The court would be incredibly merciful to give him probation, but based on that report, I think it would be wisest for me to request that the court consider this mental issue with him, his drug habits his addictions apparently, but not a violent nature. Just doesn't appear to be anything violent about him. It just, he seems to do these things to himself. And
Okay, I'm so sorry to interrupt your argument. Of course, I'm multitasking. And I was just thinking, am I wrong? But it says here that supposedly he received 366 months in federal prison. That can't be right.
He's 36.
Okay.
History is 36.
Okay, I thought I was like, that's 30 years. What? You didn't do 30 years in federal prison, did you? Okay. So that should be a correction to 36 months?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, you can continue.
thank you, Judge, for that. And because of that, I would plead to the court that obviously I would essentially be begging the court to give him probation, but I think a more realistic approach at this point would be to plead to the court because of the lack of violence, weapons, anything like that in his past, just the things that he seems to be doing to himself, that the court consider giving him 2 to 3 years prison time, Judge. Thank you.
Oh, there's something you wanted to say?
I just was wanting to apologize, sorry, man. It just, alright.
Okay, here's the thing. And state, here's the thing for the court. Yes, looking at your history, you definitely have a drug problem. Looking at your history with the possession with intent to distribute methamphetamines, and it's federal prison, and they're giving you 3 years, which tells me there was a lot of downward departure for some reason. I don't know, because I don't see that, but based upon that. And then you have the evading arrest detention with the vehicle. And it seems that every one of your sentences, the possessions from 2012 and 2013, there was just a plea of guilty and you accepted time of 3 years. And then you have the evading arrests, you pled guilty and you accepted 2 years for that. The only one that you had supervised release. And then there was a probation violation with regards to the federal side, and that was in 2014. And they sentenced you to 3 years confinement. So you have choices. And here are your choices. 1, I can grant your application, but you're going into inpatient treatment, so you will not be released or until you complete your inpatient treatment. And it's probably going to end up being safe P. We can do a referral to felony drug court, but they want dual diagnosis outpatient treatment, but you need inpatient treatment. So we can do that, or either I will sentence you to 7 years. What do you want?
CP.
Okay. This is what the court will do then. I see it's moving slow. All right. Court is finding you guilty. Court will sentence you to 7 years in the prison, suspended and probated. How long are you requesting, state? All right, suspended and probated for 7 years. There's a $1,200 fine. That will be probated. Proof of employment within 45 days of release. No employment as a home health care provider with minors. There is to be in custody. Referral to felony drug court if not accepted. Then Safe P. Mixed supervision. Field visits 1 time per month for 6 months upon release. 300 hours of community service restitution. 1 hour will be deducted for every sober support meeting that is completed. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Regular UAs. Probation, is there anything else? Oh, I'm so sorry. One final thing. There is to be restitution to the Bear County Crime Lab for drug testing. And it's $120. Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No, Your Honor.
All right, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes.
Because it's a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what that is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, remember this day, because you wanted probation, you said you were going to do it. So when it starts getting hard, which it will, just remember this day. Okay?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Good luck to you.